Hello, and welcome to the final day of the 18th Annual Michigan Family Farm Conference. I am Brian Beeler, Public Affairs Specialist for the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service in Michigan. I've been involved in this conference in some capacity for about 17 years, and I currently serve on the Planning Committee. On behalf of the Planning Committee, I'd like to start off today's programming by offering a land acknowledgement. We collectively acknowledge that we gather on lands of the Anishinaabe, the Council of the Three Fires, Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi peoples. We recognize, support, and advocate for the sovereignty of the indigenous nations of the Great Lakes, for indigenous individuals and communities who live here now, and vote for those who were forcibly removed from their homelands. We further recognize the ongoing relationship of dependence upon and respect for all living beings of earth, sky, and water. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm indigenous sovereignty and experiences. We will work hard to hold ourselves more accountable to the needs of American Indian, Native, and indigenous peoples. This morning, we have a session on the next Farm Bill, national legislation that will have a huge impact on USDA farming and nutrition programs for 5 years. The Farm Bill session will be followed by a presentation about Michigan Kids and Farms, which is a program to get locally grown food into our state schools. There'll be a storytelling session at 11:20 with Shara Treeweiler of Agape Farm, and at noon, a session on Michigan Black Farmer Land Funds. There are 3 Black Farmer Land Funds in Michigan, and this session includes some of the founders of these funds. The final session will be our annual awards presentations beginning at 2:45. This conference is sponsored by Sustainable Agriculture Research and Education, Michigan Public Health Institute, Greenstone Farm Credit Service, Michigan State University College of Agriculture and Natural Resources, MSU Center for Regenerative Agriculture, Michigan's Farmers Market Association, Michigan Organic Food and Farm Alliance, and Taste the Local Difference. You can learn more about sponsors in the sponsored vendor catalog at the bottom of the webpage. So let's start the final day of the conference, and we hope to see all of you in person next year. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, Brian, so much for that wonderful conference welcome. And we're really excited to be joining you all here for the MIFS conference this winter. And likewise, really wish we were there in person, hanging out, enjoying sort of this end of winter, start of springtime. But virtual will just be our next best option for this year. And again, it's a real honor and a pleasure to be a part of this community and to be joining you on a Saturday morning. I'm going to take just a quick second to turn on my slide share before we get started here this morning to talk some farm policy together. Okay, I think we are now all set. If my colleague Jessie could confirm that you can see our slides all right. Fantastic, good deal, wonderful. Well, again, good morning, welcome. Thanks again to the MIFS team and to Brian for that wonderful introduction and for the opportunity to join you all today. My name is Sarah Hackney. I'm the Coalition Director for the National Sustainable Agriculture Coalition. And if you are here on a Saturday morning, you are in the right place. And you are here to talk with us for about 45 minutes about food and ag policy, most specifically the 2023 Farm Bill. So thanks for being here and joining us for a really nerdy 45 minutes on policy. We're really delighted to be here with you. Thanks again. So to get us started, I just want to offer a quick moment of introduction so you have a sense for who we are and where we're coming to you from today before we dive into the work together. First and foremost, and thank you all for your patience while we do the fun game of getting our slides to work. I'm going to take one quick second. Thanks for your patience while we get our slide share going. One second, folks, and thanks for your patience. we're going to, let's try this. All right, 1 second. Bingo, we got it set. We're going to turn that back on, and thanks again for your patience. It wouldn't be a Saturday morning presentation without at least one tech challenge. All right, perfect. Here we go. So first, who are we and where are we coming in from today? So my colleague Jesse and I are here from the National Sustainable Agriculture Coalition. We're a Washington, D.C. based grassroots alliance of over 130 member organizations working all over the country in the field on behalf of farmers and communities working together for a more sustainable, equitable farm and food system. And the way we do that is through working to shape federal policy. I'll talk more about us and our work in just a moment. But first, let me give my colleague Jesse just a moment to introduce himself and say hello. I'll say hello as well, and then we'll dive in. Jesse, you want to say hi?
Yes, I do. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jesse Womack, pronouns he, him. I am NSAC's conservation policy specialist, working mostly on things in the Farm Bill that fall in Title II, big working lands conservation programs, and I'll talk a little bit more about that kind of language, titles, and all that a little bit later. But really excited to be here and excited to get going. So I'll pass it back to Sarah.
Awesome, thanks, Jesse. Great. So, one of the reasons we're here today is we're really fortunate to have a number of really excellent member organizations based in Michigan and doing incredible work in the field. That includes your conference hosts, MIFS. So we work closely with the MIFS team, and we help to be that voice for Michigan organizations like MIFS here in Washington, D.C. I don't know if we have any other of our members here in the room today, but I hope we do. I know there's some excellent folks doing great work in Michigan, and we're really proud to work with you. How do we do that work, and what does it look like? So again, we're DC based, but our whole reason for being is helping to make sure that folks in the field, and that includes farmers, nonprofits, and community leaders who care about food and farm issues, have a voice in Washington. So folks in the field like you, share your experiences, your challenges, what's working well and what's not when it comes to federal policy and programs with organizations like MIFS or at conferences like this one. In turn, those member groups listen and learn, and they bring those needs to our shared table. And so then us in that national context, we get to hear from farmers and from communities all over the country. We hear what's going on in Michigan, how that looks different in California, maybe the connection to Vermont or to Florida. And then we come together as a national organization to decide what to do about it. And then we organize and build power together to win. We know that we are stronger together, and that when we work together to identify those shared needs, we have more grassroots power and more ability to shape what happens here in Washington, D.C. And again, we act as kind of the eyes and ears here in D.C. We meet with folks on the Hill, we talk directly to USDA, and we bring the needs of folks from the field to Washington with that powerful voice for change. Sessions like this are actually a really good and big part of our work. I live in DC. I cannot know exactly what's happening and what's most important in Michigan. So we really are here sincerely to listen and to learn as well, and to understand. We have that humility. We know that you know more than we do about what your needs are. And so we want to know that so we can ground truth and make sure that our work is in line with what you need. So to that end, we've only got about 45 minutes today. So this is a pretty brief session. Think of it as an introduction to what will be ongoing conversations in partnership with organizations like MIFS throughout the next 2 years. So again, think of this quick session as a grounding, a chance to kind of get your head around what's going on, what it means for you, and how you can be involved, with the understanding that there's going to be lots of opportunities to continue the conversation together in the months to come. To that end, we've set this up as a very brief introduction. We're going to do just a little bit on the history of the Farm Bill and where it comes from. And then we're going to dive right in. What is the 2023 Farm Bill? Why is it so important? How is it structured? What's in it? What's not? Some Michigan examples to help kind of bring home how this big federal policy in Washington explicitly translates to what your lived reality looks like in the field. We'll talk a little bit about the timeline. When is Congress going to do or draft or write a new farm bill? Why is Michigan important in that process? And I think really importantly, where and how your voice can be heard as we do this work together. Again, this is just an introduction. We'll be pretty brief and we'll probably be a little bit more high level with the hope and the invitation. This is the start of a conversation that can continue throughout the year. One quick note, we love questions and we welcome them. I know we're doing this very cool live streaming format with the MIFS team this morning. So if you have a question at any point, you are invited to go ahead and share it through the platform on the MIFS website. The team is going to capture those questions. We've saved some time at the end of our session today to talk through any questions you may have. There are no dumb questions here. If it's a beginner question, that's great. If you've been doing farm bills forever and you have a deeply nerdy question, we love that too. So please know that questions at all levels are welcome. There's no bad question here, and we are saving time at the end, and we'll get through as many as we can. If you think of it 10 minutes in, go ahead and drop it in. And again, please know that we've held that time at the end, and we really look forward to tackling any questions you may have. We are here to be a resource and to help you feel more informed and engaged and empowered for the work that is to come. So with that, I think we're ready to dive in. I'm going to kick us off here with just a moment or two, maybe 2 to 3 minutes on some historical context for the Farm Bill that we think is really important. And then I'm actually going to hand it over to my colleague, Jessie, for an extra nerdy, wonderful deep dive on some nuts and bolts about the Farm Bill. And then it'll come back to me to talk a little bit about how you, no matter who you are or where you are or what you do, have a voice in this process and how and why you can be effective. So with that, let's start with just a little bit of history. I find this helpful to re-ground in before we go into the nuts and bolts. So the Farm Bill today, we're in the year 2022, Congress is going to rewrite it in 2023, is what we call a piece of omnibus legislation, a large multi-part bill that contains lots and lots of programs, policies, and funding. And again, Jessie's going to talk us through what it looks like today in just a few moments. But something that's really interesting to note is actually the original Farm Bill dates all the way back to the Dust Bill. The original series of bills that became the Farm Bill were enacted in the 1930s as part of Franklin Delano Roosevelt's New Deal legislation. The Farm Bill came about as a means to address 2 concurrent problems: rock bottom prices for farmers due to overproduction and really extensive hunger and poverty both on and off farms across the country. Early farm bills also sought to tackle the catastrophic erosion and soil loss we saw due to drought and poor land stewardship. You see that really iconic Dust Bowl photo on your slide right there. Lack of credit options for small farmers, really chronic rural infrastructure needs, and much more. Those historic origins and their roots all the way back in the 1930s can actually still be seen in the outlines of new farm bills today. When we look at some of the biggest pieces of the bill that really focus again on sort of managing production, managing for nutrition and food access, and thinking about land conservation, those remain today the 3 biggest components of the bill, and they date back to that historical context. It's also really important to name here, and I think this is important just to have us all be reminded, those early farm bills, while they were aiming to address important issues, they also in many cases explicitly included individuals from access to the kind of support they needed. Most specifically, people of color, Black and Indigenous, and farmers of color nationwide were often left out of or explicitly excluded from the programs that white farmers had specific access to. It directly contributed to generations of land loss and to displacement across the country. This is important to name because we see the contours again of that historic exclusion, discrimination today in the structure of the bill now. You don't have to look hard before you see the many places where that early racism that's built into the bill is still remaining present in the structures of our current farm and food policy. For example, we'll talk a little bit more about specific programs in just a few moments, but even today, right, it's still harder often for farmers of color, for smaller scale growers, for diversified growers to access what we think of as some of the building blocks of building a successful farm business. Access to land, access to capital or credit, so the money that you need to run your business, access to conservation resources. We still again see contours of differences in ability to access and ongoing discrimination. It's also important to say that advocates and farmers have been working really hard to redress those harms and to fix that policy for a long time too. And we do that work. There is an enormous coalition and cohort of incredible organizations working nationwide to make those shifts. And so I think that's also important to name. This is work we're doing collectively, and we can welcome your help in to shift and rethink how the Farm Bill works and how it can better serve everyone and advance the important cause of racial equity in our farm and food system. So we can get into some specific examples as we go. I'll talk a little bit more about that as well when we talk about sharing your voice. The kind of takeaway here on the historical front, again, is history is still with us. It is not ancient. It is not forever ago. A food and farm system here in the US built on stolen land and stolen labor and built with early bills that explicitly excluded folks from support is still work we're trying to undo and to redress today. So with that, hopefully that little brief historical context gives you a little sense of where the bill came from and can inform what it looks like today and where we're trying to go with it going forward. And with that, I'm going to pass it back to my colleague, Jesse.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sarah. After that kind of historical piece, yeah, we're really going to dig into a little bit of, what does the modern Farm Bill look like? What are some really important things to keep in mind when you're thinking about it and thinking about, what's in it and advocacy around it? Right off the top, the Farm Bill is a massive omnibus piece of legislation that is rewritten every 5 years. So the most recent Farm Bill governing farm programs across the country was passed in 2018 and will expire at the end of 2023. Which means that we all need to be preparing to edit the Farm Bill kind of right now. The process starts well before the deadline for the bill's expiration and is in fact sort of already underway. This is a really big bill. It spends over $400 billion in federal money, which is very, very significant. And that level of spending, really can produce the kind of patterns that Sarah was talking about in the front half of the presentation. The bill is really expansive. An omnibus piece of legislation means that it's sort of cobbled together from dozens of other bills, each touching on unique topics and aspects of the food system. And we've kind of laid out here on this slide, elements of the food system that the Farm Bill can impact. I'm not going to read them all, but just know it's big. It touches a lot of things. We're going to add a little bit of detail as we go. Next slide. Okay, so what does the Farm Bill really do? Almost all of the Farm Bill is what is known as authorizing language. So authorizing language is bills and laws that kind of create or modify programs and then designate federal agencies to actually implement and run those programs. So for example, the Farm Bill might create a program like the Environmental Quality Incentives Program and then designate NRCS, the Natural Resource Conservation Service, to implement that program. When these bills do this, they can offer really specific guidance for agencies in their activities, or they can leave things a little bit more general and sort of charge the agency with figuring out the details. Sort of depending on the topic, legislators might take one tact or the other, but they have the power to do both. Even when legislators opt to sort of cede power to the agencies, they almost always at least kind of give them guardrails to sort of direct their action. This can kind of take a lot of different forms, and not a minor portion of this is determining how long a given program will run. So is it a one-year pilot program? Is it something the agency is responsible for the life of the Farm Bill? That's something that's often established in statute. A really important part of authorizing legislation is the funding behind a given program. So there are kind of two big buckets of funding that a program can receive. One is known as mandatory. This is something that's kind of baked into the authorizing legislation, and it's considered pretty durable. If you have mandatory funding for your program, that means it's going to be there every year that is stipulated in statute. This is a little bit different than discretionary funding, which is written into authorizing legislation, but must ultimately be released by appropriators. And that's kind of a separate process handled by a separate committee in Congress. The Farm Bill creates both pools of fundings for programs. So it's really important and kind of a strategic consideration for folks like us when we're thinking about, how much support does a given issue need? The Farm Bill also includes language about who can use a given program. This covers eligibility criteria and often determines, which types of producers are allowed to participate, which types of farm practices can receive support. So in my world, this includes like the conservation stewardship program. Is there a cap on how much funding you can receive through this through this program? What kinds of conservation practices can you receive support for implementing within this program? Those kinds of things. Some of that gets haggled on again at the agency level, but again, big broad rules for the program set in statute. The Farm Bill can also establish priority status for participants in specific programs. CSP and EQIP, for example, have a designated pool of funding for what USDA refers to as socially disadvantaged farmers. And this includes BIPOC producers. So there is a specific set of funds for folks that want to use those programs where they can access it without competing against other growers. In the case of grant programs, the Farm Bill also determines things like the maximum amount of the award, the length of the grant, and other things like whether matching funds are required, and any restrictions on administrative expenses or uses for the funding. So you can really do a lot just in that authorizing language. Next slide. As Sarah mentioned, the kind of history of the Farm Bill is alive and well in its structure today. The Farm Bill is organized into usually about 12 titles. And you can see here some of the history Sarah was talking about. Title I, commodity programs, Title 11, crop insurance. Those are the kind of premier programs that go towards supporting farm production. Title II, conservation. Those are sort of long-term, long-standing program or titles. And NSAC works on a good number of these, not all, but they're all very important and all worth attention. Next slide. What is not in the Farm Bill? Everything listed here. And while these issues are all directly related to agriculture, they're not included in the Farm Bill because they fall outside of the jurisdiction of the agricultural committees. So the Farm Bill is kind of exclusively a product of the Senate Agricultural Committee and the House Agriculture Committee, and therefore it can only include topics that those committees have jurisdiction on in the eyes of Congress. So for everything listed here, somebody else is in charge of passing those laws. For example, farm worker rights and protections fall under the jurisdiction of the House Education and Labor Committee and the Senate Health, Education, and Pensions Committee. Next slide. This is just kind of a breakdown of where all 400 billion of the Farm Bill dollars actually go. You can see here that the nutrition title is the vast majority of the funding, a little bit over 75%, with crop insurance, commodities, and conservation making up the majority of the rest of the spending. Everything else is about 1% in that little black sliver at the top. So while there's really significant work happening and really important programs in that other 1%, this is kind of like a really important thing to keep in mind, that like the big spending things and often the hot button contentious political things around the Farm Bill kind of stem from these big buckets of money. Next slide. And I threw this slide in here just to sort of illustrate why we see some of those big spends in commodities, crop insurance, and conservation, kind of speaking to the history that Sarah laid out at the beginning of the presentation. We've used Farm Bill programs to really prop up corn and bean production in this country. That's the yellow and the dark green sort of across the center of the US here. It's an absolutely massive system that has privileged a small amount of landholders comparatively. And this is what it looks like on the landscape. And this is sort of the reality of that spending. So I include this in here just for context, just to show how big that has gotten. Next slide. And I added this slide as well to show that Michigan is very much a part of that, or the results of those long-term big spending decisions show up here in Michigan as well. Lots and lots of corn and bean ground, lots and lots of evidence of sort of, these long-term structural inequities built into the Farm Bill. Next slide. All right, so who writes the Farm Bill? I mentioned that the Senate Ag and House Ag committees have jurisdiction. So it's legislators on those committees that are really in charge of drafting up the Farm Bill. Each chamber of Congress, and so therefore each committee, drafts its own separate version of the bill. And they're often doing that sort of simultaneously. There can be some back and forth behind the scenes. Legislators will try to work ahead of time to make sure that there is no, unnecessary fights over discrepancies in the two versions of the bill. But the processes are still separate, and eventually those bills need to be reconciled to get us a final Farm Bill. The whole process starts when the Senate Ag Committee and the House Ag Committee begin hosting their own hearings. This has already been happening. The House Agriculture Committee has hosted a couple Farm Bill specific hearings here in Washington, D.C. In the last month or two. So like I mentioned before, the Farm Bill process is very much already underway. People are really starting to dig into this. Members of Congress use these hearings as opportunities to hear from expert witnesses on all of the issues that Farm Bill covers. And this very much includes farmers. We've had a number of farmer panels on the House Ag Committee speaking to issues that matter to them already this year. It's a very important part of the Farm Bill process for folks to get onto those hearings and really make their voices heard to members. The House and Senate Ag Committee also review the legislative policies and priorities of other members of Congress who are not on the committee. These ideas ultimately show up in the legislative process as marker bills. And marker bills is sort of a specific word we use here at NSAC to talk about bills that aren't meant to pass on their own really, but have kind of only been introduced into Congress for the sake of getting swept up in the Farm Bill process and ultimately written into the Farm Bill. They are really, really, really important. They can be the most effective way to introduce a new idea or improve an existing program. And we spend a lot of time working to create marker bills and build congressional support for those individual bills ahead of the Farm Bill process. So again, I mentioned we're not needing to pass a Farm Bill until the end of 2023, but we are very much drafting marker bills right now and talking to member offices right now. about which bills they're willing to champion or which ideas they want to see introduced in a marker bill. Next slide. This graphic just kind of lays out the process that I was describing. You've got the House Ag Committee on the left and the Senate on the right, kind of running their concurrent bill writing processes. Eventually, there's a conference committee where both the House and Senate need to come together and iron out differences in their bills. Once this happens, the bill can go to the president's desk and it becomes law, and we have a farm bill. For those of you that have been through this process before, you know that it is rarely this simple, and there are lots of opportunities for this process to be completely derailed and for delays to happen. But in a perfect world, this is how it unfolds. Next slide. And I included this just as a reminder that for y'all in Michigan, you happen to have a very, very influential member of Congress involved in this process, Chairwoman Debbie Stabenow of the Senate Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry Committee. So Chairwoman Stabenow is one of the most important legislators in the Farm Bill process. So if y'all have the opportunity at any point in the next 2 years to tell Senator Stabenow what you want to see in a farm bill, that's a very important activity to engage in. And I'm sure Sarah's going to elaborate on that a little bit more. Next slide. And I think this is the end of my presentation. What's coming for 2023? As I mentioned, we're working on marker bills already. We're monitoring testimony and hearings. We're working with legislators to get marker bills and ideas introduced into the Farm Bill conversation so that we're really well positioned to get the changes we want to see when it's go time. But there's tons of other kind of grassroots organizing work that needs to happen as well. And I think that's where Sarah's about to take us.
Thanks so much, Jesse, for giving us that 101 walkthrough of some of the structure and contents of the bill and what it looks like and how it's going to move forward. So what does that mean for you? Where and how can you be involved in this process? How can you shape it? That's going to be my job. I've got just a few minutes of thoughts on that to kind of help you feel prepared and engaged. And then we're going to be really excited to hear any questions that you might have. So again, friendly reminder, if you've got a question, no dumb questions here. We love them all. Go ahead and drop them in via the live stream. And the MIFS team is going to collect those for us. And we'll have a little time at the end for Q&A. So again, if you've had a question, drop it in. We're looking forward to tackling it in just a few moments. But first, let's talk a little bit. So with that understanding that this is an enormous opportunity, a really big bill with a lot of moving pieces and a lot of really, really fundamental structural components of our farm and food system. And the most important senator who will take a lead role in drafting that bill happens to represent Michigan. How can you be heard? How can you be involved in this process and help make sure that this is a good bill and the best bill that we can make it right now? So first and foremost, we get none of this without grassroots organizing and without taking the time to raise our voices as part of the process. You may have noticed if you've spent a little time looking at the news anytime in the last 20 years, Congress and USDA don't exactly always move with a lot of speed, and they aren't always doing all that they can to represent the needs of growers. That's not always the fault of the folks who sit into Congress or who sit at USDA. They're big institutions with a lot of red tape, a lot of complexity, and a lot of power that moves through them. Our job as folks in the field, again, is not to say, it's not to give up and not to say, oh, they'll never care. It's to say, we know there are people who care in Congress and at USDA, and our job is to make sure that we're telling them what our needs are and that we're putting as much pressure on as we can to help get the outcomes that we need for our communities. So our job, again, is to speak up and to say what our needs are, to share our good ideas, and to press them and give them that information and that pressure to act in the way that we need to see for changes and results in our communities. We only get those changes by doing that work together. I can tell you, as someone who has been in Washington for over a decade and who came to this work from community-based work on the ground with growers, and who comes from a background of not a wonky background at all, it's hard work and it's long work. We're here today and we're working to build on the wins and the hard labor of folks who've been doing this work for years and years, decades, and it will continue long after us. So we don't think of it as our responsibility to get every single answer right now. We're going to get as much as we can, as far as we can together over the next few years, with the understanding that we're all doing this work together and it's long-term work. Now, if you're anything like me, you might be thinking, well, it sure feels really important to build a more equitable food system. It sure seems like we don't have time to wait on the climate crisis. I share your sense of urgency around that work, and I encourage us to channel that urgency to get as much positive grassroots pressure as we can throughout the next 2 years, so that this next farm bill is a significantly improved and reformed farm bill that's going to help us build a more sustainable, equitable farm and food system, and that's going to help us really meaningfully address the climate crisis that is already well upon us. How can I do that? Let's talk just really briefly about it. This is our time to really be doing 3 things: to be listening and understanding what's going on. Where do my lawmakers sit on certain issues? To be learning about the issues and how you can be involved. And then really importantly, to be sharing your voice when the opportunity arises. So let's talk briefly about that. First and foremost, if you're new to this, it's no shame at all. We all were new once. Here's a couple of great places to start. Take a moment to refresh your memory. Who are your representatives? Who are the people in Congress who are serving you? Every single one of you has 2 senators and 1 representative in DC. I've included a handy reference link for where you can look them up. Have a look, double check. Who are they? And do any of them sit on those committees that Jesse mentioned, the House Ag or the Senate Ag Committee? If so, your lawmaker is going to play a disproportionately large role in shaping the Farm Bill. If you're interested in this work, you want to get some great news updates, I've also included a few references here for places you can go for reliable news and information on food and ag policy. Welcome more suggestions in the chat or on the question box as well. Now's a good time to start listening. As Jesse mentioned, lawmakers are trying to figure out, what do I do right now? What issues should I support? So they're going to be looking, 1, they're going to be talking about their priorities, and 2, they may have opportunities to be hearing from you. On that first part, if you're not yet subscribed to your lawmaker's email newsletter, if you don't yet follow them on Facebook or Twitter, this is a good time to get plugged in so that you can be doing that listening to understand, is my lawmaker paying attention to ag? And where and how can I shape what she or he is thinking? Now's a great time as well. As we get into that listening and learning work, there's going to be opportunities for you to speak up. These are getting going, and they're going to be in motion very significantly over the next couple of years. So let's talk about a few ways you can. First and foremost, I want to talk, I think, especially about that sharing perspective tab you see here. There's going to be a couple opportunities. Jesse mentioned hearings. Congress does formal hearings where they invite farmer witnesses to speak. Also, they may be doing listening sessions, or what they call field hearings this summer. It could be that there's one in Michigan or one in your state where you have a chance to show up either in person or virtually to testify or to share your story with lawmakers. Encourage folks to consider attending those if they come to your community. MIFS is a great partner for this. You can count on them to communicate about those opportunities and to support you in that work. Examples that are really especially helpful to share from folks in the field for lawmakers include, are you experiencing barriers to accessing federal support? Have you experienced discrimination or difficult paperwork or other challenges? It's good for them to know that, because then they can work with us on trying to develop a solution. If you had a success story, this is actually important too. Not everything is always bad news, that there's no shortage of it. if you've had a good experience with a program or an opportunity, we also have to do the good work to protect what is working. So if it is working, sharing that success story is really helpful. It helps us build support to protect what's good. And again, ideas for improvement. If you have an idea, a bright idea, MIFS is a great place to bring that idea. INSAC is a great place to bring that idea. Other organizations in the field. Now is that time to share ideas. So we have a hope of getting them included in the next bill. I said it here and I said it earlier. Equity is an important consideration here, and we're especially keen to understand how that looks in the field for you, whether that's barriers to access or opportunity or disparities in outcome. That's especially important for us to be hearing and sharing with lawmakers so that we can address inequity in this next bill. Finally, just one more quick little couple of tips from me before I answer. It looks like we have some great questions, which is very exciting. Let's talk just one more moment about how can I, as a regular person in the world, influence my member of Congress? If you maybe you're on this session, you're not a farmer, and you're a nonprofit advocate or a community leader. A couple other tips for you here. Introduce yourself. Every single member of Congress has a field team. They have field staff. It's all been very remote for the last few years due to COVID. That's starting to shift. Get to know those folks, introduce yourself, stop by that office, send an email introduction, make sure they know who you are and what you're up to. Invite them to your farmer's market, to tour your food hub, to a workshop or a celebration. Let them know who you are and what you're doing and what you're proud of. Did good news happen in your community? Did you secure a federal grant? Did you receive federal funding for something you're proud of? Tell your lawmaker's office, get on their radar. Again, that's a really tactical, simple way to help them know what you're up to and why it's of value. And then finally, I mentioned earlier, showing up really matters right now. There should be both virtual and in-person opportunities over the next 2 years, whether that's a field hearing, potentially a lobby day in Washington, D.C. We might want you to come to Washington with us. These are really big opportunities, and I cannot emphasize enough how much they matter and how important they are. There's no shortage of highly paid lobbyists in Washington, D.C. We have our work cut out for us to lift up and to elevate grassroots voices on an equal plane with the really well-paid teams of lobbyists here in D.C. We take that work seriously. It is very important, and we would love to have opportunities to work with you in making that happen. So with that, I'm going to pause here because this is time for some Q&A, and it looks like we have quite a few good ones, which is awesome. So let me take a moment to read these out and we will answer if y'all. First question. Yesterday's sessions went in depth on land back for tribal members and land access or reparations for Black farmers. Are there any Farm Bill programs specifically working to address this? That is a great question. The short answer is, yes, but not as comprehensively as could be done, and there's more opportunity here. So just to give you a few examples, there's a number of marker bills out right now in the field that are explicitly oriented toward opportunities to essentially get prioritized land access and land repatriation to both Indigenous and Black farmers. Again, there's legislative work and development right now that's intended to be part of the Farm Bill for that work. It's not yet law, not yet a full program, but it's ideas that people are working on for the bill. So there may be opportunities to support that kind of legislation in this next cycle. So yes, that's definitely important and underway. There are also some programs in the Farm Bill right now, including programs like CRP TIP, Conservation Reserve Program, Transition Incentive Program, that prioritize, Jesse's like, yes, you got the acronym right, that prioritize the sale or transfer of land to beginning and socially disadvantaged farmers to incentivize landholders to transfer their land to those kinds of communities of farmers. So if you'd like to follow up offline, definitely shoot us a note and we'd love to connect you to some specific opportunities. But the short answer is there are ideas in motion. We hope to see more activity in this cycle. Can farms be member of our coalition? Generally, our request, we encourage farms to be members of Their state-based or regional organization like MIPS and hold representation in INSAC through a state or regional entity. Our organization is primarily set up for membership from nonprofit organizations. But again, we encourage you to be a member of an entity like MIPS or MAFA in Michigan. And then in turn, you can access opportunities to be involved in policy through that connection. Great question. What is the best form to use to get my thoughts to Congress? Is it best to email, call, snail mail, or something else? I have a thought, but Jesse, you might have a thought on this too. COVID has changed this. So first and foremost, my answer is always any channel is better than no channel. So the channel that is most available to you and accessible to you, anything is better than nothing. Historically, in the before times, pre-COVID, we would say phone calls are the best. That's because congressional offices know what you know to be true, which is it takes a little more work to pick up the phone these days than it does to send a quick email. And so they weighted or considered phone calls to be a more significant sign of commitment or energy from the field. With COVID, many offices have been remote, so they are inconsistent in answering their phone. If you're not scared of the phone and you like to call, I still encourage giving it a go, but please know you may hit a full voicemail, you may hit a roadblock, and if that's the case, both regular mail and email are completely fair. Another thing that's an underrated opportunity that I encourage you to think about is actually meeting your field staff for the representative and senators who represent you in DC. So actually finding out, where's that office? Is there a person I can contact there who might reliably forward my input to their DC team? Jesse, any thoughts to add from the policy team perspective on that one?
The only thought I'll add is on top of no channel or any channel being better than no channel, multiple channels, if you have the time and energy for it, is also great. Members of Congress are very, very busy folks with lots of things coming at them all the time. So just the more touch points that you can get to sort of remind them that your issue is important, that can be really, really impactful. It's a harder lift on your end, but if it's something you do have the time and energy for, strong encouragement.
Awesome. So we've got a couple more questions, and these are really good ones, and I know we have to end on time. So I've gone ahead and moved our slide to some opportunities to stay in touch with us. So one quick question, this is a big one, so I'll offer a thought, and Jesse, I'll invite you to as well. What is the INSAC team anticipating to be the biggest roadblocks for the upcoming Farm Bill? The short, there will be many. I will give you a few. One, funding. There may be a set or a capped amount of funding that the Farm Bill can spend. If we are working with what we call level funded or capped Farm Bill funding, there's going to be fierce competition for where and how we prioritize that funding. And that will make it really tough to prioritize new programs or new initiatives, because again, that money will have to come from somewhere. So funding will be a challenge and a fight. The coming electoral cycle, we may see a shift in congressional leadership after the fall elections, and that will shake up the deck on who is writing the bill and who's influencing it. And then Jesse, I'll invite you. Actually, I want to ask this last question real quick. So if you have thoughts, we'll get to we'll get back to you. One more question. I would love more information on resources for less privileged farmers and farmers to be or would be farmers. That is such a great question. Thank you for asking that. A couple of quick thoughts with a caveat that we're short on time. First and foremost, the Farm Bill does contain programs and initiatives that are especially oriented toward both beginning or would-be farmers and what USDA calls socially disadvantaged farmers, which is inclusive of farmers of color and in some cases women. A couple of things. First and foremost, I actually encourage you to talk to your MIFS team. They know really well the landscape of which programs work well and are oriented that way. INSAC's website has a free resource called the Grassroots Guide to Farm Bill Programs. We have tagged every program at USDA that offers a set aside or a prioritization for farmers of color, and it's a really helpful resource to browse. In addition, as we dig into the next Farm Bill cycle, if you have ideas or needs specifically oriented toward less privileged farmers or beginning farmers, I strongly encourage to take those ideas to the MIFS team so they can get them to us and we can integrate them in to our Farm Bill asks. So that's a really important question and a really big priority for this cycle. And that's that. Please stay in touch, find some input on our slide, and I think we have to wrap up. So Jesse, if you want to say adios, this was a pleasure. Thank you all. We're excited to be in touch in the next 2 years. Stay tuned for more.
Hello and welcome. Today I'm going to be speaking to you about 10 cents a meal. Our presentation is called Tapping the Market Potential of 10 cents a meal for Michigan's Kids and Farms, and this presentation is for MIFS Family Farms Conference 2022. Hello and welcome. My name is Nathan Medina. I work for Groundwork Center for Resilient Communities. I'm a policy specialist focusing on 10 cents a meal for Michigan's Kids and Farms. Groundwork is the communications and engagement partner for 10 cents a meal with Michigan Department of Education and MSU Center for Regional Food Systems. Groundwork is based out of Traverse City, and I am stationed here in our state capital, Lansing. So what is 10 cents a meal? You may be asking. Well, 10 cents a meal is a competitive matching grant intended to increase purchases of Michigan-grown fruits, vegetables, and dry beans for eligible schools and childcare centers. The program provides financial support to expand offerings and improve nutrition in meals, while also supporting local Michigan farmers and strengthening our food system. It is also engages our community by offering the opportunity to collaborate with community members, educators, and parents, all while helping children see their community reflected back to them in the food that they're eating. All of this is a key component of the Michigan Department of Education's whole child education approach. 10 cents a meal is considered a win-win by legislators on both sides of the aisle. And the legislature has grown this program from a $250,000 pilot program in 2 parts of the state to a $5 million program statewide where we are presently, even funding, doubling funding during the course of the pandemic, when legislators were initially concerned about the need to potentially slash budgets. All of this, of course, was before the record tax receipts that the state treasury has seen the past 2 years. So in this diagram, you can see how it's going, starting in 2 regions in the state, going from 3 to more, till finally where we are presently in statewide. The program is funded $5 million with over 500,000 kids impacted. And the program is eligible to schools and childcare centers around the state. Groundwork piloted this program in Northwest Lower Michigan beginning in 2013 with a focus on increasing local food purchasing in schools and working to build the case for this innovative farm to school program. In 2016, the program transitioned to a state pilot program. And since then, 10 cents a meal has grown drastically. Legislators see the value in investing in our ag sector as it relates to kids' meals in schools for both supply and demand side. The program doubles the state's investment as a matching grant because it keeps matching federal dollars in the state of Michigan and serves a wide variety of farm sizes, from small family farms to larger operations. So who's eligible? Programs that serve meals and snacks that are reimbursable through federal child nutrition funds from USDA are eligible to participate in 10 cents a meal. That includes National School Lunch Program, which almost all Michigan schools participate in, and the Child and Adult Food Care Program, which funds ECE centers. Summer meals that schools and nonprofit organizations provide are also included. And during COVID, it meant that schools were sending home boxes of produce to families. We saw instances of cherries, strawberries, frozen blueberries, squash, peppers, potatoes, onions, and all wide variety of products that were sent home with instructions on how to utilize them in the meal and how to prepare them. So the program works by providing up to 10 cents a meal and incentive funding to purchase Michigan grown fruits, vegetables, and legumes. It is a matching grant. So that means that a $5,000 grant means that a district has committed to spending at least $10,000 on local produce or dry beans. 10 cents a meal is an awesome resource for schools and other organizations participating in USDA nutrition programs to get financial support for farm to school work, like procuring local food. And types of products eligible for the program include fresh or minimally processed, and if processed, also processed in Michigan. What minimally processed means is that the fruits or vegetables or dry beans were either washed, dried, chopped, frozen, but not canned, cooked, or juiced. So in this flow chart, you just kind of see how it works from applying to the funds, to the program, being awarded funds from Michigan Department of Education, to purchasing and serving, and then submitting invoice data and participating in quarterly surveys, and then to finally being reimbursed up to 10 cents per meal for each snack or meal that contained local food. Why is 10 cents a meal important, and why is your work important? Well, we know why your work is important. And what we're trying to do is introduce children at an early age to a wide variety of fruits and vegetables, things that they might not have had exposure to in the home. Not everybody is accustomed to cooking with a wide variety of fruits or vegetables. People might not have the implements, they might not have the time. This program allows us to nourish our kids by expanding their children's experiences with new flavors, even things as simple as different varieties of apples, and providing financial support to expand offerings and improving meals while supporting Michigan farmers and strengthening local food systems is really what this program is all about. The program also, as we mentioned, engages communities by allowing folks to see, where their food is coming from, not just being shipped off the back of some container that traveled 3,000 miles to get there, but it could be a local farm right up the road, and we could know their name. This is a great tool right here. I invite you to visit our 10 cents a meal website. You're going to be able to click on this actively when you receive this presentation, but check out this interactive map. You can see by looking at it from the Upper Peninsula to Northwest Lower Michigan to all throughout the Lower Peninsula, we're really making an impact in schools and early childhood education centers across the state. And while there are pockets where we have less of a presence, you can rest assured that we are trying our best to make introductions and see that the program gets instituted in schools and ECEs in those areas as well. And that's where you can factor in as well. When you examine this map, if there's a place that you see that maybe there's a gap or somebody that you think should be on the list that isn't, please don't hesitate to reach out and let us know. We are happy to make an introduction by way of yourself or by way of ourselves individually to really connect with grantee school districts or would-be applicants. The only way that this program works is by getting people to participate and changing habits across the state. And that's what really this is all about. So we need your help in expanding this program and making sure that there is equitable introduction of the program across the state. So on our website, you will also find our annual reports in our About section. I invite you to go look at those. There's really great data throughout those reports. The potential for market expansion for our farmers and food processors and distributors is really, really evident. For instance, one distributor reported that 10 cents a meal spurred it to contract with farmers for 50,000 pounds of broccoli, cauliflower, and carrots, compared to just 5,000 pounds the previous year. And what that means for you as a small farmer across the state, if you can connect with a supplier, a food hub, a distributor, or a 10 cents grantee individually, the demand is there. And that demand hopefully will transfer over to increased business for you. That's part of the economic ripple effect that this 10 cents a meal program hopes to have. And for instance, that product that we were talking about with 50,000 pounds of broccoli, cauliflower, and carrots, they introduced a whole new product called the Michigan Medley to meet that increased demand from food service, just from 10 cents a meal grantees. Additionally, grantees from across the state reported that 10 cents a meal gives them the opportunity to strengthen existing relationships with farmers or local food suppliers and to create relationships with new ones. According to invoices, grantees purchased 63 fruits, vegetables, and legumes grown by over 109 farms in 40 counties, and impacted an additional 39 businesses such as distributors, processors, packers, and food hubs. On this slide, I'll give you a second to read it, but it's a quote from a food service director about 10 cents a meal and how it enables her to purchase food from local farmers rather than from distributors purchasing from farms around the country. And, you know, kids have a discerning palate. They know the difference between something that's been sitting around and something that's more fresh. They can taste the freshness. They're excited to try new flavors. And you know, knowing that something is from their home state is all the more exciting to eat as well. So many of the resources we touched on today are available on our website. We have various tools sections broken down by different uses and interests, whether it's tools for schools and ECE, or tools for communities, or tools for farmers. We've got a lot of resources available for you, how to break into farm to institutional sales. We're happy to help. Please reach out and let us know if you have any questions as it relates to that. But really check out our website. It's a tremendous resource and asset. And I invite you to explore it. You never know what you'll find there. You can stay engaged with us by following us on our Twitter, our Facebook, our Instagram. All of those, we maintain a very active social media presence, and you can stay up to date on all the latest stories from across the state. And we get a lot of press, so it's really exciting to see what stories are being told from across the state. On this slide, this is a great resource for technical assistance. Wendy Crowley from the Michigan Department of Education. She's crowleyw at michigan.gov. She's MDE's state contact for technical assistance about the program, submitting invoices, questioning about claiming, etc. She's really the go-to sort of wizard for everything 10 cents a meal as it relates to the stateside efforts. My coworkers, Melanie, Diane, and myself work on communications, advocacy, and storytelling and engagement. We handle outreach and help direct and make connections for grantees, potential grantees, and connecting them with resources as well. Think of us as bridge builders for the program. If you, as small farmers, would like to make an introduction to food service director in your region or around the state, please don't hesitate to let us know. We're happy to make those introductions for you as well. And with that, I want to thank you. We really appreciate being invited to present to the Family Farms Conference. And really, we're beyond honest when we say, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to reach out. Our contact information will be provided. And I just want to thank you for this opportunity to present for you. Thank you so much. Take care.
My name is Shara Treeweiler. I own Agape Organic Farms. We are in Dansville, Michigan. We raise purebred Berkshire pigs, grow over 28 varieties of mushrooms, and also grow microgreens. Growing up in St. Lucia, my granduncle was an environmentalist. He was actually the tropical forestry ambassador for St. Lucia. And my grandfather died when my mom was young, and then my dad died when I was 6, and so my granduncle kind of stepped in as a father figure for me, and he found I was really interested in the environment and animals, and so he took me on a lot of treks. I spent a lot of my childhood trekking rainforests with environmentalists and geologists and stuff from around the world. It was really interesting. Met a lot of really interesting people, and so because a lot of people come out and tour the rainforest and do things, and so learned a lot about animals, a lot of biology and sample taking and things like that. Also learned a lot about fungi, so it was just natural transfers, because in the rainforest fungi is a huge part of the ecosystem, and so understanding that, and it's pretty fascinating, and kind of learning about it and what makes it tick. So it was always an interest there. But, my dad was an accountant, my mom was an accountant, and my mom was like, environmentalists live a semi-nomadic life. They make no money. You're good at math. I think you should go to business school. So I went to business school. That's what I did. Got my master's in finance. My first job out of college, I was a trader for Fidelity Investments. Then I became an investment banker for large corporate banks for Chase. And then I worked at Merrill Lynch as a high net worth wealth manager. So I managed portfolio of people with investable assets of 10 million or more. And then I became a regional manager for PNC Bank. And then I became a farmer. Well, actually in 2013, I went to the Ohio State Fair, and there was a woman there. So there were all these things. And then there was this woman, and like all the pigs are in, usually piggy looking stalls, but her stall was so nicely organized and neat and stuff, and her pigs were eating like vegetables and things like that. So it's really fascinated by it, and I'd never really seen a woman managing such big animals by herself, right? And so started talking to her. She was an organic farmer. Really I probably sat there and talked to her for over 2 hours, picked her brain. It was just super fascinating, because I looked at her and I saw how happy she was, and I was like, I'd like to do that too, that's something I'd like to do. And I, really got interested in learning about the pigs and things like that with her. And so she got me involved in the organic movement through OFA. I started taking farm tours and doing ag science classes, and doing every conference and training course there was around agriculture. Really started immersing myself in that. Wanted to farm, but really didn't have the means to do that, because I'm a single mom. I had been divorced in 2007, and I was raising my kids on my own. And so I just, it seemed pretty unattainable for me, but I was determined to kind of get involved. So anyway, I'd owned my home in Ohio for about, I would say, 12 years. In Powell, Ohio. We lived about 4 miles from the Columbus Zoo, so the kids and I spent a lot of time there. Anyway, I met a gentleman who wanted to farm with me, got married, sold my house, bought a 45-acre farm, and used my life savings, got equipment, and then it turned out that he was a scammer, and so our marriage, I figured that out after about a year of marriage, but by then it was too late, and so I lost everything, including my life savings and all the equity from my home, and that was pretty devastating. So first time in my life I was homeless, and he cleared out my accounts, and I was left with animals, and I had no money even for gas. Only reason I got money for gas was I went to my parish priest in Mason, and he gave me money. And we had only the clothes on our backs, and we were in a domestic violence shelter. But when we were in Charlotte. I remember I used to have to sometimes wake up at 3 a.m. To get the kids dressed, get them in the car, put them to sleep, get on my farm gear, pack the clothes I was going to wear to work. And then I would drive to Mason, go to the 3 different places where our animals were, do my chores, then get the kids to school for 7 o'clock, and then go to a truck stop to take a shower and get dressed and go to work. Did that for a while. It was pretty crazy for the longest while. But I was determined to continue farming. It was a dream that I just didn't want to give up on. I remember when I was working as an investment banker, a lot of the large corporate banks I handled, their quarters were in Wall Street. So I used to have to travel from Columbus all the time to Wall Street and have meetings. And I mean, just met a lot of unhappy people, just a tremendous number of unhappy people. And you look at that and you start wondering, like, is that really what I want? Is that the goal? To have all this money and be super unhappy. One of the things I'm grateful for all the farmers that helped me in the community to house my animals temporarily. We moved the animals probably like 10 times in that time, because they were staying at different farmers at different times. And one of the things that it's great that we were able to do that with the community, because my daughter was in FFA, but I think it's just hard for Black farmers that don't have a community to be able to survive, and the resilience that comes from a support system. And I think going through those things really made me very aware and very sympathetic to people that find themselves in crazy situations, and then also how important it is to create means of being, land access. So some people think they want to be in farming, they think it's all rainbows and sunshines, especially livestock farming, and they get into it and they're like, oh my goodness, this is pretty intense. Livestock farming is intense. It's intense. There are no days off, right? And so you have to kind of be ready and willing to put up with that kind of intensity and being aware of it. So there must be some kind of litmus test. One of the things that I want to work through on my farm eventually, to try to circumvent that criteria, create a leadership internship for Black kids or any BIPOC kids that are interested in farming. So eventually we want to have farm tours and try to have farm immersion experience, because I think one of the reasons we're not having more is because they either only see urban farms, or when they, through Project Red and these other things, they go out to visit farms, it's always old white men doing it, right? And so there's that lack of representation or visualization, because when you take a kid that's never really been out in a rural setting and they see a white farmer, that's kind of what they associate with there, and it's really hard for them to see, hey, this is an opportunity for me, right? Because it took me seeing a woman farmer, even though she wasn't a Black farmer, it took me seeing a woman farmer for me to be able to visualize and say, hey, you know what? I can do this too, right? And so even looking at that. And so, and then we also want to do an internship program where BIPOC kids, we can link them with farmers and ask them to put them in a leadership role. And then that way they can have a leadership role for 3 years. So then meet the criteria to be able to qualify for FSA funding, for them to be able to access loans and money to be able to start farms. And that's really what we want to try to do, because you look at 4-H and FFA, the programs that really are the breeding grounds for future farmers. There's not a lot of BIPOC representation. What I want to try to do is to be that stick that goes in the wheel and breaks the spokes, and break the wheel and reinvent it. We really need to do that, because if we don't, it's just going to continue down the path that it is. And I think that in terms of empowerment for people, I think it's not just food access. We talk about food deserts and things like that, and that's a big thing. We really need to get urban farms out there and get food, but there needs to be an empowerment for people to see themselves at all levels of the food chain, right? It's not just being able to visualize themselves only in their communities as doing that. It's to be able to see themselves in a rural setting and being able to make changes in the food, because an urban farm is limited in their production. But if you get out in the rural communities, you can really make an impact and become a big part of the food chain. And we need to have that kind of empowerment, I think, for Black BIPOC farmers. And the only way to do that is to be able to kind of get that out there, and that's going to include a lot of land access. To be honest, I struggle with that over here. I will say 99% of my neighbors are supportive, actually. Thankfully, on the other side of me, my neighbor over there, his name is John Deal. He is one of the leading, he's retired now, but he was one of the leading seed geneticists in the state of Michigan, and pioneered a lot of the organic cultivars that most people are using right now. So he was one of these guys that, was doing, the organic soybeans, and he owns patents on a lot of the organic seeds that are out, like the seed cultivars that are out there. And so he was also really involved in Project Red, and has been really vested in trying to get Black farmers out on the land. And so I was like, the irony of me living next to him was pretty awesome. And then he introduced me to John Wobble, who lives down the road over here. And that was how I was able to lease the land across the street so I can bring my animals there. But, has been a lot of challenges. My neighbor that lives on the other side of my woods there, I had lived here a week and a half, and she came over and said to me, knocked on my door. It was about 7:30 in the morning, and told me she doesn't know why a person like me would think it's a good idea to move here. She literally came to my door and said that. But, thankfully, because of my upbringing, I said to her, oh, thank you so much for coming over, but unfortunately I'm working, and I don't think I can have that discussion now, so I'm going to have to ask you to leave. And I waited for her to leave, and then I closed my door. But I remember closing the door and turning around on it, and I was crying. I was really hard because I'm coming from, being homeless for 2 years, and I just come to this place of stability, supposedly, and then that's what I get greeted with, One of the things I is for sure is that if it didn't tell you that I was raising pigs and growing mushrooms while homeless, is that I'm resilient. Okay, so I'm just going to say that no little old lady is going to push me out of my home, right? It was hard, and I cried a lot, but I also cried a lot when I was homeless. And one of the things that it's taught me is that, if you're determined to do something and you want something enough, you're gonna push for it, right? And so that's kind of where I'm at. Good thing is now I have that land leased across the street. We're building fences bit by bit. It's challenging because it's expensive. Hoping to get some shipping containers so I can get my lab and all of the farm things out of my house and into there. A lot of farming right now it's just basically a practical application of science. And I enjoy that. It satisfies the nerd in me. And I also enjoy seeing the results. The big thing about farming is there's a lot of immediate gratification, right? You do these things and you do these experiments and you see the results and you see the positive outcomes. And that in itself is pretty redeeming. And so it's like I'm putting all this hard work, but then I see their tangible results. I've accomplished something. And so I think that becomes, that validation is such a big part of farming. I think a lot of farmers will tell you that the satisfaction of seeing something grow from what you're doing. 2-3 times a day I'm out there. I'm looking at eye color, looking at their skin, looking at behaviors. You get to know your animals really well, and know what the regular behaviors and expected behaviors are for them. And then, when you're seeing changes, being able to assess if that change, I have this litmus test I do. So if I see a behavior change, I look at eye color, the skin coats, because pigs especially, when they start not feeling well, their coats become less shiny. They lose hair and spots. So there are ways you can see that things are not going well. And I'm sure it's like that. There are different things that farmers use. And so you have to do that kind of proactive farming when you're doing organic farming. And that's, I really believe in the organic movement. It kind of birthed me as a farmer. And then I'm going out and, especially this time of year, just, it's continuous carting of water, like carrying 5-gallon buckets, because like the water freezes and the heaters won't keep it thawed out. So you literally have to carry water continuously. Now, some people might be able to afford a gator or something, and they can fill up 5-gallon buckets in the back of their gator and bring it out to the field. But I'm literally trekking and carrying buckets out to the field. So doing that, then feeding the animals during that time. This time of year, it's hard to do a lot of welfare checks at that time because it's just too dark for you to be able to do true assessments. So what I usually do is I kind of look at everybody, go in, rouse everybody, make sure everybody, like no one's down for the count. Like, you know, so when you're doing the count, you're doing head counts. So getting up in the morning, we're doing head counts, checking, making sure no one has any injuries or anything like that. Everybody is up and rousing. No one is sniffling or anything like that. So that's super important. And then, you know, check the dogs. Check to see if there are any tracks of animals. So if any animals came around during the day, even though I have livestock guardian dogs, I'm always trying to assess what the predator pressure is. That's super important. And usually early in the morning, it's the best time for you to be able to see that. And then I come back. I usually check the parameters in my greenhouse, make sure everything is good. Usually in the summer, I have my humidifier is fed by a hose, so I don't have to do that. But this time of year in the winter, I'm carrying buckets of water to fill my humidifiers. I'm making sure parameters are where they at, you know, check the goats, feed my chickens, and then I start work. Then I come back in. I get Dominic dressed for school by about 6:30, so give everybody breakfast, get him dressed, get him on the bus for 6:50, and then I start work at 7. I work 4/10, so I work from 7 until 5:30. My first break, I usually go down, bring more water, do welfare checks, and come back, start work again. Lunchtime, go back down, do another welfare check, bring more water, check, and just make sure everything is good. And then I usually then do a greenhouse check at lunch, come back, grab a bite to eat if there's time, or at least prepare myself something that I can eat while I'm working in the afternoon. And then my last break, that usually is my last welfare check. Go out and check everybody and just make sure no one's having any issues. And then and come back. On days that I do mushrooms, I come in to my lab and do lab work. It depends on what I'm doing. Sometimes I'm inoculating, sometimes I'm doing cultures, sometimes I'm making spawn. So it really depends. So this is my lab in here. I have an 8x3 laminar flow hood that I built. Somebody helped me build. But I have like several layers of filtration and HEPA filters. So the air gets sucked in there. There's a HEPA filter there on that side, and it comes through. There's another HEPA filter. There are 4 Dayton commercial blowers that are in here that suck air in. And then the air gets pushed down in the back there into a box that kind of has a HEPA filter, and then it comes and is pushed out through this medical grade HEPA filter here. And so what's happening is all of that air is pushing out is completely clean air and sterile air. So then I can do sterile production. But because of the fact that I don't have proper isolation here and it's not a true clean room, I have UV lamps. Oh, they're over here. This place can sometimes see. So I put the UV lamps in here, and they also push out ozone. And so I close the doors in the house, run the UV lamps, and the ozone and let them, and the reason I do that is because ozone will get into areas that the laminar flow hood is not able to clean. And so basically just kind of scrubbing because there's so much storage in here. It really wouldn't be necessary if I had a completely isolated lab, but I don't. And so I have to kind of compromise and do different things. Although I had a situation where I was getting some contamination, and so now I did invest in hazmat suits. So when we come in here after we scrub the air, wearing hazmat suits, and then I put a boot wash out here so that we can wash our feet and come back in. So trekking in late. So when I'm doing that, the pan is not there because it can't be there because we'd be tripping on it all the time. So when we're doing the lab, so sometimes so back here I have some of my petri dishes. I pre-pour these so that when I'm making agar it can be challenging. So I pre-pour them and then I seal them with my sealer here. So I pre-pour them like several at a time, and then I have them in there so when I'm ready, they're just ready to go. I'll take them out. Take a mushroom, I pull it apart to expose the sterile tissue, take a needle biopsy, and take the biopsy, put it out in a petri dish, let the culture grow out. And then I will then take squares of that culture, and behind there you will see I have organic oat grain that I hydrate and then sterilize in my autoclaves that are under the boxes over there. And then when those are fully colonized, I hydrate these bags of substrate, and then they're put into my drum sterilizers. They are sterilized in here with steam. Keep it at when the bags get to the internal temperature of 220. You keep them at that for 4 hours, and then you let them cool down. The bags are unloaded while they're still kind of warm to make sure that they're not getting they're still sterile. And then I cool them down in front of my laminar flow hood, and then we inoculate them with the colonized grain. Sometimes I do my grain spawn. Sometimes I buy it from Maine Cap and Stem, which is a certified organic spawn producer. I then take the inoculated blocks of mushroom substrate. They go down into my basement, and then when they're fully colonized, I take them out to the greenhouse, and then they fruit. And it's basically managing all those different parameters, and that's why it'll be good to have the shipping containers and be able to dial in what they should be, because mushrooms have different humidity, carbon dioxide, and tolerance, and temperature needs at different growths, and different mushrooms have different things. And so it's being able to have more control of that is going to be able to really kind of hone in my production, and be able to put me in a space where I'm able to kind of compete and be a measurable part of the food chain, which is really what we want to do. Because I think that's the best thing, is that not just teaching BIPOC farmers for them to go out and farm, but then for them to become a significant part of the food chain and have ownership in that and control in that. So that's important. Yeah. Project Red is a program that has been in place. My neighbor on the other side of me, John Deal, is part of that. He's been part of Project Red, and they take kids from the inner city and they take them out to farms to show them what farming is, and then as a means to try to get kids to be excited in farming. It has not been super successful, and I think one of the reasons, these guys have amazing ideas, and they've done, I think they do a good thing, but a lot of the kids that they're bringing are BIPOC kids, and I think from a representation standpoint, and even the people that are involved in it, like John Deal will tell you, he said that one of the reasons he was so excited when I came there was because he was like, he and a lot of the people he knows that are involved in Project Red were aware that that was one of the downfalls to them. Why that was one of the things that was keeping them from having the kind of success that they needed. And I think there are a lot of really positives. The fact that I had John Deal next to me is pretty remarkable. That was a god meet. That was absolutely a god meet. Someone who is vested in wanting to bring Black farmers and that is very respected and well known in the community. That was a god meet, right? Like we started talking and so he's like, yeah. He's like, I really think it's best for you to get the land across the street, because he said then you can just go across there. You don't have to drive anywhere in the morning, and in the winter it'd be great. He's like, let's talk to John Warfel, because I don't think he's doing anything with that land. And so we did. And John Waffle is one of the most amazing guys. And so he's like, oh yeah, he's like, absolutely, I'm not really doing anything with it, so happy to lease it to you, you know. And he had previously been leasing it to another farmer. So they talked to the other farmer, told him what I was doing and why I needed land. And the guy was like, oh, absolutely, I'm all about trying to help another farmer come in. Because the guy that was leasing it leases over like 10,000 acres, so it's not really like 24 and a half acres is not a big deal for him. But even more than that, the fact is, like, he was willing to give it up in a heartbeat, like, you know, to allow me to be able to do that. So, you know, there are a lot of really good people that have been here. So, like, you know, there's like I will say that at first I was like, okay, well, there's only one person, but you know, they're not the only one that are calling the cops and animal control. So there are quite a few people, and even when Fox News did the article and the news feature on me, and then Lansing State Journal, there was someone from Dansville that was trolling all my posting. Her animals are in deplorable conditions, which I know you've been here, so you know that that's not true. So it's just there's been, not everybody's been welcoming, but there have been a lot of people who have been, and these people are the people that have been instrumental and have helped me kind of go. So I don't think I would be where I am right now without that. I would say OFA really shaped me as a farmer. I remember when in 2013 I wanted to be a farmer. I told them I want to be a farmer. These guys, like, oh, they were so excited that I wanted to farm. They got me involved in everything. They literally introduced me to anybody who was an influencer in what I wanted to do. And, you know, got me the education that I needed, got me on farm tours, got me in front of farmers who were doing it and doing it well. And that was the big thing. So Eric, who's an educator with OFA, he's like, I'm not going to get you on rinky-dink farms. I want you to see the people that are doing it and doing it successfully, so you can learn well. And so we went out, and just being able to kind of immerse myself, that was huge, right? I learned, because I didn't come from a farming background. Most, like, I would say 100% of my family are academics. Like, they do not, like, farming is not something, I mean, it's just not something that's like in our wheelhouse, right? And so even now, you know, my family's not super supportive of my decision to farm. You know, my mom thinks it's just a lot of work without a lot of financial reward. And it kind of is. But for me, I think I had to make a determination as to what my motivators are, right? You know, am I motivated by money? Of course I need money. I like to eat and sleep indoors. I mean, so I do. So I need money for that. But I think for me, the motivator is that validation that comes with farming, you know, being able to kind of have that practical application of science and seeing the results. And, you know, when people send you things, I'll never forget. And that was not like recently. It was when on my old farm, I was selling pork through Cherry Capital Foods at that time. And Iron Chef Michael Simon was buying my pork for his restaurant, Roast in Detroit. And his head person actually took the time to write a handwritten note to Cherry Capital, thanking him about the quality of my pork. And that was like huge for me, because these guys are pretty particular, right? And when you talk about stewardship, you care about the components or the animals or the components of your system, and you really want them to thrive and do well. And I think for you to do well as a farmer, you have to have that level of stewardship. There has to be that love and that passion for what you're doing. And then once you develop that love and that passion, and you have that stewardship, and you have that farm, is that tenacity and that commitment that no matter how you feel on any given day, that you are going to go out there and do what it takes to make it happen, right? That you love that thing enough that it doesn't matter how you feel. It doesn't matter if your pigs have broken down the fence, which they do on a regular basis, or they've gotten out, or whatever they've done, and maybe they've done something that day to upset you. You go out there and you do whatever it takes to care for them, because that's the commitment that you make. And so I think if you have that kind of mindset, you're going to succeed, because no matter what comes up, you're gonna have to find a way to make it through. And so tenacity and flexibility too. If you're a control freak, farming may not be for you. I'm just gonna say, because 9 out of 10 times you plan something and it's gonna go there, especially if you're handling animals. They do the darndest things. I mean, they do, and it's constant. It's constant, like, reevaluating of what works, because you like come in and you have these best plans, and you've done your research, and you've audited different people, and you're like, oh yes, this is going to be perfect. And you apply it to your system and it does not work, right? And so you have to have that flexibility to recognize that not everything's going to work. And sometimes actually something may not work the first time, but it works the second time. And so having that tenacity to be willing to kind of understand that you're not going to always be perfect, you're not going to be right all the time, and it's going to be a learning process. I don't care how long you've been in farming. If you're doing science-based farming, it's a learning process, and things change all the time. I'm passionate about the organic movement. I'm on the board for the Michigan Organic Food and Farm Association. And, the goal and the mission of MOFA is to spread organic education and kind of improve the quality of organic food and organic food access in the state. And that's been pretty important. I'm going to marry that with the whole thing with the BIPOC things. I'm actually talking to OFA, because once I get the containers and I have everything outside, we might use some of the funding for organic education to use that to kind of funnel into the BIPOC program. So I'm going to be able to raise some really good BIPOC organic farmers. So kind of really change the game, flip the script. We're all about it. And that's a big thing, is that for me, sometimes I'm doing it for me, I'm doing it for my children, but I'm also doing it for the next Black kid that might want to be a farmer. I don't want them to see me giving up. I want to be able to, that if it's like, that's the reason I'm out there, I'm doing it so that they don't have to do what I did, so that it's easier for them, so that when they want to do it, not only can they visualize it, the path is there for them, and we can break down the barriers that would prevent them from doing it. And that's something that's super I just don't want the next generation of Black farmers to go through what I have. And so I'm out there, and I'm doing it for them too.
Shout out to the Detroit Black Farmer Land Fund. This G-Mac, the Housing Act of 1934 created subsidized mortgages and awarded them to people non-black. The racist developers built a wall on 8 Mile and Burwood to keep the all-white development zone intact. The same act created rental assistance mainly for blacks. The homeowners loan court created redlining maps to determine where they could and couldn't lend at. Underclass planning can't defend that. Deliberately helped my kin back out 120 billion. My people saw 2% toward ownership. This government assisting on paying rent. The 30s to the 60s, the sort of mortgage monopoly undeveloped the blacks, leaving whites wealthy with property. Things have a reason in the season, it's a new day. Black Farmer Land Fund restoring justice a new way. Exploring access, restoring blackness to farming like compost. Breaking down the barriers and bringing what was far close. Black woman led and ran, raised over 50 grand in less than a month span. Got a plan, need some land to work your black hand. Self-sufficiency, abundance, we bringing it back, fam. Like
we will post more information, in particular our application for black farmers here in Detroit who are looking to own their land that they are growing up. We're excited to hear from you and to support you in this endeavor. Hello, good morning, MIFS conference. Welcome to Designing Restorative Models and Systems with the Michigan Black Farmers Land Funds. My name is Erin Preston Johnson Bevel. I am a co-founder of the Detroit Black Farmer Land Fund, and we are going to be talking with myself from the Detroit Black Farmer Land Fund, the Washtenaw County Black Farmers Fund, and the West Michigan BIPOC Farmers Fund. So you may not have known that Michigan has 3 funds right now in different parts of the state that are all trying to raise funds and raise awareness of some of the issues that Black and BIPOC farmers are facing. So we're really excited to come together in the work that we're all doing in different parts of the state, but also to come together with you. So welcome. And I think you can see my slides. And I want to introduce Kisa, I know, added this acknowledgements slide. I don't know if who do we need to acknowledge beyond, of course, MIFS for putting together this conference, making it virtual, making it possible, helping us coordinate and get everything together so that we could be joining you again from different parts of the state. I am on the east side of Detroit. We have folks from the western side of the state and Washtenaw County. Also acknowledging, of course, all of the other co-founders of our respective funds, right? So there are 3 other co-founders of the Detroit Black Farmer Land Fund. I know that Paige and Alita will talk about the West Michigan BIPOC Farmer Fund. There's a group there. And of course, Kisa at Washtenaw County is working with a variety of other folks as well. Is there anyone that I missed, ladies, that we should acknowledge? Let me see, I'm looking at the screen, see what you think. Okay, we're good, good. Okay. So we're just going to introduce ourselves briefly. I kind of did already to some extent, but my name again is Erin Preston Johnson Bevel. This is a picture of me farming at Soulfire Farm this summer in upstate New York, which is a really awesome experience. I do a variety of things, but I am deeply committed, I guess first and foremost as a mother and as a Black woman to, returning to the land and to reclaiming agriculture as such an important practice, not just again for building food sovereignty, but also for I found it to be deeply healing, right, on an ancestral level, and just really helping me to feel close and connected to my ancestors who have done this work for generations, and the people now who were working so hard to make sure can get access to the land that they need to grow or that can purchase the land that they're already growing on. So I co-founded the Detroit Black Farmer Land Fund with 3 other phenomenal Black women here in Detroit, Black agriculturalists. And in my spare time, I am a professor at Howard University, a virtual professor. And I'm also on the board of the Detroit Black Community Food Security Network. We will talk more specifically about all of our funds a little later, but the Detroit Black Community Food Security Network is one of 3 longstanding urban farming organizations in Detroit that came together to be the coalition that now is the Detroit Black Farmer Land Fund. And next, I guess, and I'll just keep the slides on if that makes sense. We want to move to Kisa Johnson, if you want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, everybody, how you guys doing? I was born and raised in Muskegon Heights, Michigan. I am a Michigander, and I love it. I work in a variety of different sectors when it comes to food systems. I'm a recent graduate of the Penny Stamp School of Art and Design, where I studied rigorously equity and access in food systems. As myself, like many of us on the call, we show up in a variety of different ways. Sometimes I'm a mother, sometimes I'm a good friend, I'm a daughter, but specifically within the food systems, I'm the first racial equity chair of the Washtenaw Food Policy Council. I'm also the coalition leader for the Washtenaw Food Policy, for the Washtenaw Black Farmers Fund. Because of a lot of the work of me working with different Black and brown farmers within the state of Michigan, as well as different Black-led food systems organizations, I thought it would be best to situate myself within food policy. So now I'm doing a food policy fellowship with the Center for Regional Food Systems, where I'm helping to co-lead the Michigan Local Food Network. So I'm bringing more heart and soul into policy making, and we need all of that. We need that type of care. And so that's who I am. And that's how I'm showing up, and I'll pass it to Alita and Paige.
Those intros just got me so excited. I'm learning new things about these amazing women every day, every time that I get together with them. But hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name's Alita Kelly, and I'm representing the West Michigan BIPOC Farmer Land Fund along with Paige. We have 3 other women that are part of our group as well. Born and raised in Grand Rapids here in West Michigan. My educational background is in environmental science and sustainable business from U of M, which I'm just realizing that all of us are U of M grads. Actually, everyone here on the panel. I founded Southeast Market, which is a small grocery store operating through a sustainable and equitable lens. Founded that in 2020. Along with our MLK Freedom School, which is a children's enrichment program connecting inner city BIPOC youth to opportunities in urban agriculture, mindfulness activities, and learning about intersectional justice, as well as increasing their vocabulary when it comes to whole foods. So identification and vocabulary around whole foods. I sit as the chair for the city of Grand Rapids Urban Agriculture Committee. And so through that work, we're shifting policy here in Grand Rapids, so it's easier to grow in the city. And then also doing our work with the BIPOC Farmer Land Fund. Really passionate about food sovereignty, specifically for communities of color. And in my spare time, I enjoy spending time with my family, observing insects. That's a huge passion of mine, which is easy to do when you're gardening and growing, and just learning all of the different lessons from being connected to the land and that Mother Earth has to share with us. And here's Paige.
Thanks, Alita, and thanks everyone for being here today. And thank you, MIFS, for bringing us together. It's been really great and a lot of fun to work with this group of women every week and plan this talk for y'all today. So my name's Paige. My pronouns are she, they. I'm a farmer and organizer from Southeast Michigan. I'm now based in Grand Rapids. For the past couple of years, I've been living here, and that's where I got to meet this amazing group of women that came together to form the West Michigan BIPOC Farmer Land Fund. I've been a farm worker for a few years, and recently last season was able to take on my first managerial role and got to work with some kids doing youth education programs, and really passionate about that work. Hopefully helping push the next generation of young farmers forward from a young age, we can hope. So I also studied at the University of Michigan. I did biology, sustainable food systems, and gender and health there. And that's kind of where I was introduced more to the farming world. It was first through public health and nutrition, but then through that, I realized that really we should be focusing more on food sovereignty and connection to land and fostering community to bring everyone to a healthier world. For the past couple of years, I've been working as the Michigan organizer for the National Young Farmers Coalition. If you're not familiar, that's a grassroots policy advocacy organization that engages farmers to tell their stories around advocacy work for the Farm Bill, and that's been going on since 2014. So for the past year, I've been hearing from farmers across the state, hearing their difficulties using programs that are supposed to be designed for farmers, and trying to connect them with resources to make those programs more accessible. I also, through that, became really passionate about the power of cooperation and community in farming, and was able to host an event about cooperative farming, hopefully to foster more of that cooperative spirit here in Michigan. I think that these funds do a great job of fostering that cooperative spirit and, telling the community like, hey, you can harness your power, you can engage in this work, and we can all uplift each other. So I'm really excited to be here today. Thanks all for being here. And I think next we're passing it off to Kisa to hear about some historical context.
All right, let's see. Actually, okay, I'll start here. So actually, and I didn't realize either, Alita, that we were all U of M grads, so that's pretty dope. And my U of M degree is in history, right? So again, I'm a professor at Howard. I'm also a lawyer, but I really just teach now. But so I think whenever we come together to discuss our work and discuss why we do what we do and why our funds are essential, it's important to have some historical context. It can help bring into perspective some of the problems that we're trying to solve, because these problems are not new. And in fact, as a matter of fact, they're intergenerational, right? And so, I always think that if we can start here, we can have a shared understanding of where we're coming from and know where we're going. And so I start with this slide that I actually got from Dr. Shakira Tyler, who is one of the other co-founders of the Detroit Black Farmer Land Fund, just to show the kind of this vast disparity that has always existed, at least, again, this starts in 1910, but for, obviously, pre-1910, the same, there was limited, if any, Black farmland ownership. And I'll talk a little bit later about when Black farmland ownership actually legally started, right? Like when Black people could actually begin to own their own farms. But for most of the past century, the disparity between the Black and white acres owned, and when you're talking about farmers, is vast, with a peak. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but a peak here in about 1910, before, kind of flatlining to where we are now, right? So 15% of farmers around 1910 were Black, and now it's down to 1%. So, I think it's important to understand, the problem that we're facing. And when we come into these spaces and we come into community with one another as farmers, as agriculturalists, and as land stewards, and we say we're committed to equity in our food system, right? We're committed to racial equity in our food system, and we see something like this, this is a huge problem, right? It's unconscionable for any of us, right? And so it kind of lays a foundation of where we need to go. Just think about it. For example, every January, right, we recommit ourselves to Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream, right? That one day this nation will rise and live out the true meaning of its creed. And so this is a part of that. Looking at these things and saying, okay, we understand what we're seeing, but what are we going to do to change it, right? Like, what are we going to do this century to move the needle forward? And so I think it's always good to kind of begin with an understanding of where we are and where we have been for quite some time. So when you think about it too, thinking about land ownership, right? And I saw some of the panel yesterday about land back also. So certainly not to exclude any discussions of land ownership and why it's dicey, right? When we're talking about, even for Black people, right? For Black farmers, when we are, gaining and wanting to come back to the land and own it, the problems that stem from that too. But, I saw this article that really, struck me in Bloomberg last year, just even thinking even about, if you don't even read the quote, 150 years of farmland ownership, right? And that's something that most, if not any, Black farmers can say that they have, right? This requires an intergenerational passage of land through a family or through, a farm system. And that's something that just isn't possible, or hasn't been possible. And so that's one of the things that we strive to change. But this woman, she did some genealogy work, and she says, my family owned slaves. I think it's important to say that. My relatives don't talk about it very often, not because it's some deep hidden secret or anything. It's just some things are easier left unsaid. But it happened, and until a few years ago, my grandmother's cousin lived there in the same grand gable-roofed white mansion and surrounding 900 acres that James Z. George and his family, my family, had owned for more than 150 years, right? And so when I think about the Detroit Black Farmer Land Fund and the work that I do, I think about, I want to be able to pass farmland to my daughter, and I want her to be able to pass it to her daughter. I want that to be unencumbered, by any kind of, racial bias or problems or, issues with the USDA or anything, that Black farmers have had to deal with over the course of the last century. I think that for many Black farmers, this is the goal. This is something that we wish to achieve for ourselves. And there are many ways that we can do that. And but it's, again, good to start and understand what the context is. And I see there's a question. Okay, we can take that a little bit later. Again, so historical context, the most foundational aspect of freedom in America, right, is land ownership, right? So even from the very beginning, and if you think about some of the basic ways that you engage with American society, right? Like, are you on the voter rolls? Are you getting called for jury duty, right? So those things all, have been based and steeped in your ability to own land, right? If you don't own land or you don't have land ownership, then you're not even a part of those processes. And Black farmers and their land are and have always been the subject of unconstitutional, state-sponsored racial discrimination and illegal land theft. Oops, this thing keeps moving when I'm not ready. Okay. Amidst pervasive racial violence. For example, so at the time of American independence on July 4th, 1776, and again, I point these things out because I do it for my students, right, when I teach, but I think sometimes people don't think about this. Slavery had already been happening for 157 years, right? So this is an ingrained part of American society by this point, by the time that independence was declared. And so think about that like a savings account, right? It's like 157 years of unpaid labor, right? Labor that had gone into building the infrastructure and gone into building the nation that would be able to say, we want to be independent from Britain. And so not only that 157 years of unpaid labor was a huge part of being able to fund the Revolutionary War, right? The Revolutionary War was what eventually got us to being the United States of America. But also just being that it had been happening for 157 years, it is a part of the fabric that was created in America. And it's something that we all know, right? But I don't think we all think about the impact that it continues to have on things like land ownership for Black people. And it didn't just, end and go away. So as I mentioned, I alluded to this earlier, but Black land ownership and in the eyes of the law, right, what would be the Black farmer became possible after the Civil War, right? The Civil Rights Act of 1866, which gave freed Blacks the right to enter into contracts, to sue, and to inherit, purchase, lease, sell, hold, and convey real and personal property, right? So that's a big deal. That was something that was not in place. Of course, I think there were Black farmers before then. I believe my great-great-great-grandparents purchased their farm in September of 1865, right after the Civil War was over. They were in the North, though. They were in Ohio, but still, we're talking, mainly about the South and the Black farmers that were in the South, now free, moving forward with their lives and wanting to utilize the skills that they had. And these are ancestral skills, right? Because, African people were being agriculturalists long before slavery happened, right, on the African continent. So having these skills, wanting to utilize them for ourselves, our families, and our communities, just like we do now. The Civil Rights Act of 1866, and then the 14th Amendment was passed the same year, right? 14th Amendment was supposed to protect freed Black persons and secure their rights of American citizenship. But neither of those acts were consistently enforced in the Confederate South, unfortunately. And even with the 14th Amendment, it was supposed to specifically be about Black citizenship, but ultimately, in order to get it ratified by all the states, it was more of a general guarantee of life, liberty, and property of all persons, right? As opposed to, this integration of Black people, of the enslaved, right, into citizens of the United States of America. And this, unfortunately, of course, we all know a lot of this, but this left Black freed men and women with limited freedom of movement, minimal ability to actually contract or purchase land, even though they now had the right to do so. And this is all of this is still going on while there's lynch mobs and racial violence and intimidation, which we know and is well documented. And this is the same kind of violence and intimidation that would eventually force millions of Black people out of the South for good. And our another co-founder of the Black Farmer Land Fund, Jerry Hebron of Oakland Avenue Urban Farm, she tells me the story of her grandfather who had a farm in Tennessee. And he was farming, and this was again, this was this century, right after the turn of the century. And she was a child, and she just remembers that they said, we have to go, like we got to leave, and we're leaving tomorrow. And there was a white mob that was trying to harm her and her family and take their farm, and that's exactly what happened. And they left. They came up here to Detroit, and the farm was left, right? And so how many Black families had to experience that, and there's never been any recourse or recompense for that. You had to flee to save your life, but you who knows how much you put into the land that you purchased, that you had to leave behind, and that's heartbreaking. And I tell that story just because I think people often think that a lot of these things happened so long ago, but they really didn't. Right, like it's again, Jerry is alive and well and kicking, as some of you may know, and so it didn't happen that long ago for a lot of us, and so this is still very real. Again, I mentioned I'm a lawyer, so I'm going to go a little deeper into the legal stuff, and then we'll move on to some of the other things that we want to talk about. But I think a lot of us, of course, have heard about some of the issues with Black farmers now in the media and the debt relief provision that was in the COVID Act that's now kind of been held up, and why is that important, and what does that have to do with all the things that I'm talking about, right? And for hundreds of years, whether through legalization of slavery, non-existent enforcement of some of the laws that I just talked about, or even the delay and denial of USDA loans to Black farmers, which again is also well documented, the American government has systemically, directly, intentionally, and purposefully condone racial discrimination against Blacks, whether enslaved or free, right? And this, of course, includes Black farmers, and has had a deep detrimental impact on the chart that we saw earlier, right? I mean, that's one of the reasons it looks the way that it does. And then even once the courts began to hear racial discrimination cases, right, following Brown, so Brown kind of broke everything open, and now there was a chance for Black people to go to court and say, hey, I'm being racially discriminated against, and the courts to acknowledge that in some way. But racial discrimination claims now, they require a direct proof of intent to discriminate. Okay, so that's really hard to prove. It's really hard to prove unless someone comes out and says, I'm a virulent racist. It can be very difficult to prove that something that someone does is because of racial bias. And very often, I think people don't even recognize their own racial bias, as we know, right? So racial bias training is this big thing now. And a good example is Washington versus Davis, right? This was a 1976 case. There was a civil service written exam for people who wanted to be police officers. And a lot of Black applicants kept failing. Like, I think it was like 75% to 25%. And so, you know, the government was like, well, you know, we didn't mean to, right? Like, we didn't know that the test was going to be racially biased in whatever way. But the court said that it was still constitutional because it wasn't on purpose, basically, right? So if you have discriminatory impact, right, you have a test that is having a discriminatory impact against one group of people. If you can't prove that it was on purpose, then it's not unconstitutional, right? And so I say that because I think, again, people think that because racial discrimination claims exist and because people can go to court for racial discrimination now, that's going to fix everything. But the reality is that it doesn't, right? It's like, again, unless you have some really strong evidence of the way someone thinks, which is, you know, as most lawyers and anybody else would tell you, which is very difficult to get, you're not going to be able to get proof of someone's discriminatory purpose. And so that makes it very, so this is something that is that's out of reach for a lot of, not just Black people, but Black farmers, right, who may be alleging claims of racial discrimination in their interactions with the USDA, trying to get loans, trying to get support with their loans. These are things that are not going to be solved in court, unfortunately. And, you know, furthermore, there's some racial discrimination that's created, like the debt relief provision that I mentioned. And it's meant to remedy some of this racial discrimination from the past, right? So all the things that we talked about, of course, you know, we have slavery, we have Jim Crow, you know, we have separate but equal, right? So there's all these things that happen that we now acknowledge are wrong, right? So it's like, okay, can we use the law to kind of to equalize the playing field, to fix this, to bring us to an equitable place? But the reality is that in things like the debt provision, right, that's what it was supposed to do. It was supposed to remedy some past discrimination against socially disadvantaged farmers, which is really BIPOC farmers, but of course includes Black farmers as well. And that, because it's intentional, right, because the intention is to remedy past discrimination. But again, going back to what I said before, if it's intentional discrimination, it's unconstitutional. If it's accidental discrimination, then it's okay, right? And so what's happened now is that the debt relief provision has gotten caught up because it's intentional for the right reason, I guess I would say, but it's intentional nonetheless. And so the courts won't let it go forward. They say it's unconstitutional. You can't discriminate against race. It's this. I'm not going to go into this, but there's this whole thing about the colorblind Constitution and how the Constitution should be colorblind. And while, I mean, that's a great ideal, the Constitution hasn't been colorblind for the past 400 years. And so, you know, I think we have to acknowledge that, and we have to be real about that. And we have to, you know, it's important that people understand that from the legal context, the law is not going to take care of this, right? And so that's why some of our funds exist. That's why we're doing the work that we do, because the law is not going to do it, and or at least it's not doing it now. And so it kind of like sets the stage for where we are and where we're going. And again, I don't want to get too professory on you guys, but and this is just some stuff that I wanted to share about the debt relief provision. Again, $5 billion for debt relief. This was going to be one of the biggest pieces of debt relief that, you know, Black farmers had seen. As Tracy McCurdy, a Black lawyer that's been working with Black farmers for years, says, it's a milestone in Black agrarian history. We've never received federal legislation to undergird or support Black economic wealth creation and land ownership, right? So this was a really big deal. But, you know, and as we can see above from the New York Times, there were a lot of payments for the $23 billion that were given out under the COVID bill to farmers, but they were based on crop size and other things. Crop size, much of the money ended up going to larger and wealthier farmers who are disproportionately white, right? And so again, this is something that we know, but how are we solving it? What are we doing we know that it's a problem and we don't like it, but we have to go a step further. Like, okay, but what are we going to do, and how are we going to change it? Here we go. The state stimulus bill was intended to rebalance that, is what Secretary Vilsack said when this first started, when the federal courts kind of first started shutting everything down or shutting down the debt relief provisions. Yeah, there are violations of the 5th and 14th Amendments. And it can be easier, right, to prove this kind of reverse discrimination that we see, right? So as I mentioned, something like this debt relief would have to be, narrowly tailored to serve a compelling government interest. These are legal terms. They don't really have too much meaning here, but, the way that these standards are applied by the Supreme Court and the federal courts, it makes it much easier to prove reverse discrimination than it is to prove to try to remedy direct discrimination, like what the debt relief provision is trying to do. And so even though the judge acknowledges, in this case, this is I think this was the case from Wisconsin, when the federal court shut down the debt relief provision there. USDA has a dark history of past discrimination. Again, this is well documented and well known. This isn't a surprise. But it's like the courts are still not allowing us to remedy that past discrimination, at least not the way that we want to. To allow the perpetuation of discrimination in such a manner would undermine the Supreme Court's ultimate goal of eliminating entirely from governmental decision-making such irrelevant factors as a human being's race. And again, that's a great ideal, but it doesn't account for the fact that that hasn't been the case for all this time, right? So we can't just decide that now the Constitution is colorblind when it hasn't been colorblind for all this other time. So again, these are just to give some context, and I like to end with this, just because I think this is the foundation, right? Like we have to, if we say that we're committed to racial equity in the food system, we say that we want to bring these changes to the food system, we have to be able to acknowledge that maybe a bunch of white slave owners from the 1700s did not come up with the best government ever. It doesn't mean that everything about it is bad and wrong, but it means that there's a lot about it that needs to change. And we have to acknowledge that. I think America can be great and wrong at the same time. And I think so often we think it's like it's one or the other, but it's not. I mean, like, America is this very, very complex, nation that has existed. And, America certainly does not have, no blood on its hands. And again, we all know that. But, if we can all start from the premise of saying, let's reimagine what this really is and what the historical context is that we're coming from. And that can help us move forward, right? That can help us in doing the work that we're doing and setting the stage for the work that still needs to be done. We and our Black Farmer Funds are doing a lot of great things, but we still need more support, and we still need systemic changes to the food system and to our government to get to a place where we're going to be able to acknowledge the truth and move forward in a way that's effective for everyone, right? Because again, my liberation is tied up in yours. So this is the first step. I just want to make sure I have some notes. I wanted to make sure that I caught everything, but yeah, this is important. So I just want you to remember this. I'd love to take questions, at the end or whatnot. But that's the legal and historical context. And I love these pictures of greens. So I'm not sure. I think that is Kisa.
That is me.
Yeah, it's gonna take us into food sovereignty. I know it's a little heavy, but it's again, I think it's essential to start there, and then let's move forward and talk about. So we talked about the problem. Let's talk about the solutions. So thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Yeah, I know for a lot of people, some people it's deep because the things that we're talking about totally goes against to how you were raised, what you saw in education. So I'm gonna start off with this. And you're very hard to control when you're healthy. Aaron, can you advance the next slide? You're very hard to manipulate when you're clear. Next slide. You're very hard to influence when you're sovereign. And I'm here to talk a little bit about the interconnections of food sovereignty and to share some definitions maybe you're not quite aware of, or maybe you are if you're African and indigenous people of the earth. Can you go to the next slide? We live in a global food system, not just locally, but a global food system that is extremely anti-Black. It's anti-Black because it's based upon white supremacy and it's based upon land theft. And when you think about those things from a global perspective, from a national perspective, a regional perspective, and a local perspective, you have to understand these interweaving, these interconnections that constantly keep people oppressed. And so when we look at these structures, these oppressive structures, we often ignore and we treat them intersectional, because we have to, in order to consider how food is not separate from race, is not separate from gender, is not separate from the ability. And so where a person or a community stands at all these different intersections means that they have a radically different life chance and access to food. That's Dr. Ashante Reese from Black Food Geographies. Can we go next? So here we are. We're living through a pandemic, but we've been living through a pandemic for quite some time, for many hundreds of years. And the reason why is because we are inundated with these normative standards, these generalizations of norms. It talks about the inequities, and it looks at things from a deficit just because it's different. Different is not bad. Different is amazing because difference fertilizes innovative ideas and solutions. It keeps us from being culturally assimilated from this very stereotypical view. So we're able to look at ourselves holistically as whole humans. And right now, we really need that different cultural frame of reference, because right now it's killing the earth. We cannot divorce ourselves, the people from the earth and the earth from its people. And so now it's time for a new view point to emerge. We can go, Aaron. Now, why culture? Why the importance of culture? Because we look at things from a very different, vast perspective, all the different groups. There's different issues, even when we look at the nature of reality and our value orientation, how our relationship to the divine, how we even look at knowledge and how we generate it, and even the different forms of how we do human contact. These things are very important to keep in mind when you're working across cultural groups and understanding, and it's fine. There's nothing wrong with this. But yet white supremacy teaches us that there is something wrong. There is something that needs to be standardized. There is something that needs to be normal. And because of that, again, we're killing the earth. When we talk about climate change, we're talking about climate change and consciousness and knowledge building, the nature of reality, how we look at things from a very different value perspective. Can we go to the next slide? So when we look at these value systems and how the fear is deeply embedded within the systems that we all touch on an everyday basis, when you look at it from a Eurocentric perspective, is much different from an African-centered perspective, okay? So when we're looking at the dimensions of self and our feelings and the way that we like to survive and how we speak within language, and even when we look at time and when we look at the universe and how we die and how we look at ourselves from a self-worth, we have very different value systems, but yet there's nothing wrong with that. But yet white supremacy teaches us that these things are wrong. that we can't celebrate the beauty in there being various colors of different flowers, and we can't celebrate the beauty of the various ways of how human beings come into existence. And so I just wanted to give us a little bit of understanding and a background that our value systems are extremely important when we're doing this food systems work, and we are looking at it from a very different perspective. Next slide. So let's talk about food sovereignty. I'm using some very specific definitions because as a designer, it's my place, and this is how I choose to design. In spaces that I come in, I tend to use Black, African, and Indigenous methods and methodologies. I choose not to use those of the tools that don't work, the tools that are constantly causing all of us damage and harm. And so I use a very specific definition of food sovereignty, and I believe my sisters on this panel will use the same thing, where we're trying to ship away from this corporate agriculture system towards our own governance of our own food system. It's going to be ecologically sound and sustainable, with the right for us to define and ultimately control our own agriculture system. You have to understand, shifting from a different space where governance puts the needs of the people who work and consume at the point of that food chain is much different than how we're continuously dying today, where the corporations are now at the center of the circle of human concern instead of us as people and individuals, okay? Next slide. Another one is food justice. I hear a lot of us out here using food justice. I know you good white people, you out there using it, but food justice is not a noun. It's a process whereby communities most impacted and exploited by this corporate control, this extractive system, where we're here to shape and redefine and provide indigenous community-based solutions to access and control our food, where we're humanizing it, we're making it fair, we're making it healthy and accessible and racially equitable and environmentally sound for everyone. So food justice is not a noun, it's a framework and it's an action. So when I hear that word food justice, I'm like, okay, so where's the actions in it? All right, because this goes beyond food access. It goes beyond that. It's here to ensure that our communities have not only the right, but the ability to have our community control of the food and include the means of production and distribution of it, okay? And why is this? Let's go into a little bit deeper about food justice. Let's go into the next slide. See, food justice hits on reproductive justice. It looks at the prison-industrial complex, the restoration, the violence that happens to us, the education, the environment, and the climate, our housing issues, labor. So if you're talking about you're doing food justice, then you got to come full circle and participate in the circle, and you got to be hitting on all these elements in order to create a new system and redesign and get rid of the old system of today, of what we see of the 20th century, because now we're living in the 21st. All right. Next slide. So food apartheid, I keep hearing this word, food desert. I often have to tell people, please stop, because we're living in this era of food apartheid, and it's more encompassing than a food desert. Apartheid covers ways in which we have lack of access to healthy food. It's systematic. It shoots from everywhere, from every piece of government, from every piece of education, every piece of law, everything. Go to the next slide, please. And so a proper definition of food apartheid is the systematic destruction of Black self-determination to control food, including the land, resource theft, discrimination, hypersaturation of destructive foods, predatory marketing and consumption, blatant discriminatory of corporate controlled food system that results in our communities suffering some of the highest rates of heart disease and diabetes. And so instead of looking at them, look at who profits from that them. Let's look at who profits, because if you're practicing sovereignty, you're practicing food justice, you're looking at food insecurity, then you're attacking who is ever benefiting from all of these atrocities that happen. So get rid of the word food desert. We don't want to hear it anymore. Food apartheid is a much more accurate representation of the structural racialized inequities that's perpetuated through our current system. So name it, call it for what it is, and that's how we'll be able to provide better solutions. Next slide. So why? Why is this? Because there is joy in this. The joy is there's a long-term goal here for us to build an ecosystem of regenerative practices and institutions building. These are building blocks. We are the knowledge bearers of the world, Black people. We've been hit on our head a little bit. We come with this shattered consciousness and this fractured identity from being in a system that does not look at us as human beings. But a lot of us aren't hit on the head anymore, all right? So we're here to create and be the knowledge bearers that we are and create this new system, right? Next slide. So how are we going to do this? Well, it's all through design. What we're going to have to do is constantly go through character refinement, cognitive restructuring, constant cultural realignment, because we need this. We need to do this. We need to put our governance models in place, and we need to create better policies that keep us from being killed. And it's not just Black, like white, you guys are being killed by this. When you're dehumanizing the earth, you're dehumanizing the planet. When you're dehumanizing the people of the planet. And so now when we're talking about design, this is an ongoing process of restorative justice through ecological, cultural, psychological, economic, political values and other informal means. And so we'll talk about how some of our models are being constantly built. Remember, it's all through design. Next slide.
I wish I had my camera off because they told me I had my camera. I wish you could just see all of my reactions to all of the things that you just said. Okay. So thank you so much, Kisa, for that frame. Because I love Kisa's design frame. I'm so excited to hear from Alita about cooperatives too. Just some really, really powerful things that we're bringing to you today. And so we hope that you are enjoying. We're going to take a short break in a little bit, but we wanted to introduce our funds right before we come back and talk kind of more specifically about, now that again we've framed the problem, we've framed even like the perspective of the solution, kind of like how do we need to look at the solutions that we're creating? How do we need to design the solutions that we need? The Detroit Black Farm and Land Fund, again, I am a co-founder, and we were founded on Juneteenth of 2020. I remember we were, COVID was ravaging Detroit in 2020. George Floyd had just been murdered, and there was just so much, happening that made a bad situation even worse, right? So the the food sovereignty movement has been strong in Detroit for since around 2006 and beyond, with the founding of the Detroit Black Community Food Security Network. But land security, right, continues to be an issue in Detroit. We were very concerned. The Detroit Black Community Food Security Network, again, of which I'm on the board, Keep Growing Detroit, and Oakland Avenue Urban Farm. We all became very concerned, during COVID that, people that had been growing on land that perhaps they couldn't afford to purchase. We didn't want the city coming and taking people's land at such a dire, important time when it was essential that people were, remember, all the grocery stores didn't have any food, everything was was really in a bad place. And so people that were growing in their communities and making sure that elders and children had, fresh produce and had healthy food, right? So again, and Kisa mentioned this in terms of destructive food. There's so much destructive food that is available, through, the food apartheid system. You don't have a lot of choices in terms of fresh produce and the things that are going to keep you the most healthy, right? So during COVID, a big piece of it for us too, again, as Black people in Detroit was, we need to make sure that we can keep our people healthy so we can keep them alive. And so fresh produce, growing our own fresh produce, being connected to the land, all of those things have deep healing properties that are essential for our continued survival. And so the Detroit Black Farmer Land Fund launched on Juneteenth, 2020. We thought we would raise $5,000 to get, a few farmers that we knew that were growing on land that they didn't own, that we could help them purchase that land. I think we had raised $5,000 by the end of the day. We ended up raising $65,000 that summer. Again, a coalition organization. So it's always been so exciting to work with Dr. Shakira Tyler, who is the board chair of the Detroit Black Community Food Security Network, Jerry Hebron, who's the executive director of Oakland Avenue Urban Farm, and Tapfira Rushton, who of Keep Growing Detroit, who really had the kind of the seed idea, right? Like she was the one who and you can check out our YouTube page. There are a variety of videos that we shared that year. Because again, we had no idea that it was going to get this big. And so we just kind of started putting out videos and talking to the world. And it turned into this grassroots network that has continued to support what we're doing, and that is raising funds and directly giving it back to Detroit urban farmers, Black farmers in the city to purchase vacant land from the city and grow on it, right? So there's so many things that go into that process, soil testing, making sure that the soil is good. And then once you get the land, which is a process in and of itself, once you get the land, kind of some of the wraparound services that farmers need, as we all know, the other things that you need to maintain the land, maintain your farm, keep things safe, and do the work, right? The most important work, which again is growing food for ourselves, for our families, and our communities. So we were so honored when we saw that Washtenaw County was starting a Black Farmer Fund, and then we heard about the West Michigan folks, and so it's an exciting time, right, to be a Black farmer in Michigan, a BIPOC farmer in Michigan, because we're getting the opportunity to really come back to the land and get some of the support that's necessary to stay there intergenerationally, right? Like, which is something that again has been very difficult for our ancestors, and now it's our turn to pick up that mantle and move forward. So next, I think the next slide is Washtenaw County Black Farmers Fund. Kisa, you want to introduce you guys?
Yeah. Okay. So the Washtenaw County Black Farmers Fund. So how we kind of got started was that Growing Hope, which is an urban farm in Ypsilanti, had I think they had a webinar, and it was about food injustices and building more equitable space. And they interviewed several farmers. And so a few other organizations got together and said that they wanted to do something different and change. At that time, I was the racial equity chair for the Washtenaw Food Policy Council. That was my first term. And they reached out to me and said that we need some leadership. And I put some thought into it a little bit, asked a couple of my Jegnas, like, what would this mean? And what came back was like, why wouldn't they ask you? You do a lot of work, you're out in the community, you've been educated and trained within this system. And then also, I really like living in Washtenaw County. I like the surrounding area. And because I was brought up through Black excellence, I was taught that wherever you are, you give service to where you live and where you pay your taxes at. And so I thought that this would be a great space to kind of build out an ecosystem for Black farming, for Black farmers. So we were very intentional, even if you look at the design of our logo, the coloring, the imagery, how we show up within the community. We had a goal raise $50,000, and $50,000, and we surpassed that goal. We raised actually maybe like over $140,000 to give back, and then we also took some money to also build in capacity for our next coming year, so we could be supportive of the cohort that's coming up. Currently, this is our first year. Can you go to the next slide? Our coalition is quite colorful and it's specific in that way. Washtenaw County is pretty different from Detroit. It's pretty different from West Michigan. It's pretty different from Flint. What is not different is the systematic issues that we all have to deal with on a daily basis. And so the work here, how we're structuring it is through ecosystem building. So you can see us right here. These are all currently the coalition members. We have some new members as well. Can you go to the next slide? So if you see, we have some very distinct organizations. We now have Pot Liquor Capital. We got the Farm in St. Joe that's coming on board. We have the Fair Food Network, Argus Farm Stop, Growing Hope, Old City Acres, We the People, Opportunity Farm, Willow Run Acres, as well as 2 Marines. And our whole goal is to help create an ecosystem. The reason why is that based off some data, some old USDA data around 2015, out of maybe 2,500 farmers that were cited within that data, there were only 18 Black farmers that contributed. But me understanding and knowing who my people are and why we sometimes don't contribute to census data, I knew that there were more farmers than what was recorded. And so I felt like, okay, let's figure out what kind of help, what kind of support do they need. Can you go to the next slide? So for our land fund, it's different. We reached out to a lot more counties because we noticed that it was a lot of farmers that lived outside the county areas that actually contributed to our Washtenaw food shed. And we wanted to be supportive of those other farmers that, you know, they travel, they don't just supply locally, but they cross the state. And so we wanted to be supportive of them to produce nutritious food and help rebuild intergenerational land ownership for Black farmers within the county. Next slide. So our funds can be used we have some very severe land access issues within Washtenaw County where it is expensive for even 1 acre. We do not have a land bank set up. There's history there on why there's no land bank within Washtenaw County. So our funds are used, we help with down payments for land purchase. We help with operational costs, infrastructure and equipment, other farm expenses. And we also help with technical assistance as well. Next slide. If you notice, those symbols, which are in West African and Dinka symbols, they're also baked within our logo because we wanted to be understanding of if we're approaching this from an African and Indigenous perspective, we have to understand about symbols and how they resonate and what that means to us as people, and also building in trust and being able to look at the past in order for us to get to the future. So right now, currently, I'm working very hard with our advisory committee to look at over the 23 applications that we had received to get it down to 10. So we'll be announcing soon who will be part of our first inaugural cohort and pilot. And so we're quite excited about that. And it's tough. People think like, oh, we're just gonna give money out. I'm like, yeah. But any questions you have about that, please let us know. Next slide. And now the West Michigan BIPOC Farmland Fund. Yay.
Yeah, we're really excited to share with you what we've been up to. We're definitely the newest of these funds. The West Michigan BIPOC Farmer Land Fund started in August of last year. We launched our GoFundMe at that time, but we've been organizing since about February of last year. In addition to Alita and myself, there are 3 other female farmers in West Michigan that are organizing this with us. And we first came together in February with a general goal, not really sure what we wanted to do, but we wanted to do something to organize our community towards systemic change. And we sort of came together through this structure from the National Young Farmers Coalition. They have a structure where they help resource local chapters of farmers across the country to organize around local policy work. So we started with that structure. There's about 53 other groups like that across the country. But then we started talking with farmers in our community. We had some sort of listening session style meetings, and we heard from people what their dreams were, what their farm dreams were, how they wanted to, work with the land and share with their community through the land. So after hearing from folks about the difficulties they're having finding growing space in West Michigan, and the difficulty finding like educational opportunities too, education around herbs, education around farming, especially those that are BIPOC led. So, we already knew there's an overwhelming underrepresentation of BIPOC farmers in our community. There are only about 12 that we know of in West Michigan that are running their own operations, but there are so many more who are farm employees, farm managers, and aspiring farmers too, folks that are growing in their backyard, but want some more space to do something bigger. Alita, being on the Urban Agriculture Committee, she came to us sort of with this sense of urgency, like, I just learned there's only 60 vacant lots left in the city of Grand Rapids. And we all know that there's super rapid development happening there, a lot of big money over there. So we knew that we had to start the land fund to secure some of that space. So we've been definitely guided by the Detroit and Washtenaw funds along the way, definitely inspired by these models, and super grateful for Aaron and Kisa for supporting us along the way. Couldn't have done this without them. And we've been fiscally sponsored by MIFS from the beginning of our GoFundMe as well, and recently received a grant from the National Young Farmers Coalition to help with some of that administrative capacity. And currently our GoFundMe goal is $50,000, and right now we're currently at a bit over $9,000. And I just want to, note that even though we were inspired by the Detroit and Washtenaw Black Farmer Land Funds, our fund is open to all BIPOC, Indigenous, or all BIPOC, which is Black, Indigenous, and other people of color. And we chose this because there was only a handful of BIPOC farmers in the West Michigan area with land, but we know so many folks who are searching for it. And it's an overwhelmingly white area on farming, has been that way for a long time. But we realize the importance of elevating Black farmers first and foremost. And we're excited, hopefully later this year when we're reviewing applications, we have that opportunity to ensure that Black farmers in our community are being supported, while also leaving that door open to support as many BIPOC growers as possible in West Michigan. And alongside running this fund, we've been looking more into those vacant lots. Like I said, there's only about 60 of them. And previously they were reserved only for development of affordable housing projects, but we learned that soon that's going to be changing to be open to all developers. So that kind of pushed us to have some of this urgency around land. And so we started doing soil tests on some of those lots that looked like maybe they could be used for urban growing. And so far we've only identified about 5 of those that could be viable for urban growing. So, we're hoping to maybe set farmers up with those pieces of land, but definitely taking the lens of like, we want to support you financially with whatever space you want to grow in, whether it's in the city, outside of the city, wherever. We're pretty broad, being a whole West Michigan region here. And we've been talking with the Urban Ag Committee, going to work on a proposal for the city to hopefully get some of those lots available for recipients of the fund at a reduced cost. Like I mentioned, land in West Michigan is hard to come by, and we looked into these urban spaces because a lot of the rural farming areas in West Michigan are undesirable and often unsafe for BIPOC farmers. And it can be really isolating to be apart from your community. You know, if you're a farmer, I'm sure you know, it'd be pretty much impossible to farm without that community. We need support, we need mutual aid. And that isolation is really tough on the brain, and just for practical farming things, pretty impossible. And, you know, in terms of urban land here, aside from those vacant lots and all the real estate jumps that have been happening, most of the urban land here is held by nonprofit farms, churches, and the developer giants over here. But we know that the power of community can pool enough resources to bring that resurgence of BIPOC farming to the area. We're really excited about this work. It's been great to work with this group of women. Like I said, there's about 5 of us right now, but we're definitely hoping to get more farmers and farm adjacent folks involved in this work. So if you have some support to offer, please reach out to us. And I put our Instagram in here. We're on Facebook also. Please follow us, share our GoFundMe. And yeah, thanks for being here. I think we're going to go into about a 5-minute break soon.
We are. Paige, I didn't know if you had, or Alita, if you have the link, because I always, every opportunity I get, I tell people to our West Michigan folks, their fund is still open, and they still need some financial support. We're going to talk after the break about some ways that you can support our funds that are not necessarily financial, but that are also very awesome. But yeah, if maybe check in the chat, there you go. So there's the GoFundMe in the chat. Maybe take this break, run to the bathroom, grab a snack, do a quick donation to the West Michigan BIPOC Farmer Land Fund, and we will be back. All right, welcome back. Thanks. Hope you enjoyed your quick break. I think there are some new things in the chat in terms of how to reach our funds, how to learn more. I neglected to mention that the Detroit Black Farmer Land Fund is online at detroitblackfarmer.com. And our YouTube channel is in the chat. Great source of information. We have a bunch of different videos that we've done throughout the past. Gosh, because we're going into our 3rd year. I still can't believe that. But a lot of videos that we've done over time, videos of our farmers. And there was a webinar that I did. Oh, okay, they will, and I'm seeing in the chat, if you don't see the stuff, some of these links in the chat, maybe screen refresh, and then you'll see it. But I did a webinar last year about what I like to call restorative economics, right? And so I want to talk about that a little bit because as mentioned before the break, it's always great to be able to financially contribute to our funds, but that's again that we want to design restorative systems, right? That's what this panel really is about. And we want to design systems that are not only reliant on finances, right? Because we recognize that that's not how everybody can engage, and maybe that's not how everyone should engage, right? If you have some money to donate to a cause that's important to you, by all means. But also we want to build a world that does not only rely on finances, right? And so we have to do that by doing that. And so that's a part of restorative economics is understanding that, right? And in stewarding the Detroit Black Farmer Land Fund, we're breaking this intergenerational cycle of Black farmland displacement, wanting to replace it with intergenerational Black farmland ownership. So that's of course, that's the goal. That's where we're going. What are some of the ways that we've used to get there? And so, of course, we've crowdfunded over, I think, gosh, we may have raised total over, maybe like $300,000, $250,000 by now, that we are, again, funneling directly to Black farmers to purchase vacant land. And so that's the main way that we effectuate, the change that we want to see in our food system. But there are many other ways that people have come to us, which has been one of the miraculous things to me, things that we weren't even thinking about. And folks will come to us and say, hey, this is really important to me and I want to be able to do something. How can I tap in? And so one of the most exciting things, and something that I always like to mention because it's not something that I think we think about that often, but can be really effective, is a land donation. Okay, so Flower House Detroit, as you can see, was this really cool art installation it was technically in Hamtramck, which is a small city that's inside of Detroit, but we can, we accept farmers and support farmers in Detroit, Highland Park, and Hamtramck. Those are the 3 cities that are all contiguously together in the Detroit city area. And so Lisa Woud is a floral installation artist. She purchased this vacant lot for $500 or something, and there are a lot of vacant lots in Detroit that are around that price, $500. There was a dilapidated house. She used it for an art installation. It was beautiful. She filled it with flowers. Flower House Detroit, definitely check it out. And then so the art installation is over. The house is sustainably demoed, and she's like, well, what am I going to do with this now? How can I do something that will transmute the privilege of being able to do this into restorative justice, right? So this is, and I love talking to Lisa. Lisa has been such a great supporter of the Land Fund, and she and I were able to do a podcast a couple of weeks ago called on Cultivating Place, talking a little more in detail about this land donation that she did. But she came to us and she said, I have this lot. It's good. I've tested the soil. Like I was gonna have a garden there, but she was like, I think the way she put it, it was so poetic. Like the story doesn't end here. The story ends with the Detroit Black Farmer Land Fund, right? And so she donated this land to a Detroit Black farmer and her mother, who are now going to create a sensory children's garden on this vacant lot. Okay, so just again, the idea, like as an artist, that she would think that she could have an impact on something, kind of that doesn't seem really related, right? Like, Black farmers and and making sure that Black farmers have land access and land security. And it's just, been such a beautiful part of the Black Farmer Land Fund story. And so I want to encourage, anybody, if you have land holdings, if there are land you're trying to, get off your books, I guess, for tax purposes or what have you, like in the Detroit area, a Detroit Black farmer will take that and make it into something beautiful, no doubt. So, please, keep in mind, it seems outlandish, but it's really not. So I love to talk about the land donation as something else that folks can do. And this talks a little more why land donations are game changers, because land acquisition, so I didn't talk about this before, I'll talk about it briefly now. We work pretty exclusively with the Detroit Land Bank, which owns all of Detroit's vacant properties and, prices them for using a variety of different metrics. And so that's who we help our farmers work with to acquire vacant land to grow on, or land that they've already been growing on that they want to purchase, right? Because unfortunately, there have been too many stories of people who, there was a vacant lot in their community. They started to grow on it. They started to garden there. They started to clean it up so that it wasn't, so it wasn't dangerous and so it wasn't blighted. And then the city sold it out from under them, and then all their crops are gone. And so this is a real issue in terms of making sure that people's investments are protected, the investment that they're putting into the land. But the land acquisition process can be arduous. If you look at our website, DetroitBlackFarmer.com, it shows something similar to what this slide shows, where some of our farmers are in the land acquisition process. You see that there are 5 stages, right? And so very often we find people kind of getting stuck in the second or third stage. And, of course, there's a lot of land acquisition going on in Detroit. The land bank is a relatively small organization. There's just, it's bureaucracy, it's government bureaucracy, like these things exist. And we know that. We help our farmers navigate that. But there's a ticker on our website too, that's kind of showing how many people have actually gotten all the way to the end of the process, and how many people are still working through it, which could take some time. If you do a land donation, there's no arduous process with the land bank. Like that's just something, again, Lisa owned that lot and she was able to get, work with a lawyer to draw up what was needed and to transfer that. And that was a much easier process than having to go through the land bank. There's of course a strong land security interest there. And usually Lisa, before the legal part was done, she said to Ebony and her mother, who were building the children's garden, she said, go ahead and start planting and start working on the land while we get everything finalized, right? So, so again, for people that are already gardening and growing on land that they might not own, this is a really powerful way to acknowledge the work and the blood, sweat, and tears that have gone into growing on that land. So this is just something to really think about, and that all of our funds, I think, would certainly be open to, right? So, I'm not just talking about Detroit. I'm talking if you got some land in Washtenaw or in Grand Rapids in particular, that, you don't need and, could potentially be, I mean, again, even if it can't be a garden, maybe it could be a farmer's market. Like, there are all kinds of possibilities, but trust and believe that a Black farmer can take some land that you have and make it something beautiful. I'm just going to say that again. And then mini fundraisers, right? So this was this really cool thing. A couple of small businesses who were really struck by what we were doing said, hey, we want to come together and support. Like we can't necessarily write a big check, but we can create something that we can sell so we can write a big check, right? And so we call this mini fundraisers. Ooh, there's a picture that's supposed to be right here that's not there. Not sure why, but Eastern Market Brewing Company created a beer called Abolition Imperial Stout. Okay, so it was so good. It's like this coffee like stout beer. It had some toasted coconut from like the Caribbean islands in it. Very, very good. 100% of the proceeds came to the Detroit Black Farmer Land Fund, and we were also able, again, going back to artists and their involvement in some of our work, we were able to find a local Black artist to create the can design also. So it was all Black, all everything. It was great. And that's myself and our lead co-conspirator, Danielle, who I'll talk about in a moment, at Eastern Market Brewing Company, touching hops and pouring them into that big thing, and actually making the Abolition Imperial Stout. So that sold very well. We were able to have an event at Eastern Market Brewing Company where we dropped, it got released. So it was just a really cool way for like that community and to be involved in our work. And they're also doing the Eastern Market Brewing Company employees have volunteered at a couple of our farms, right? So there are so many ways that a small business can engage with our fund, again, without just having to like write a big check. And there are two others that I want to, this picture is like slowly showing up. There's Danielle. Okay, and then, okay, here we go. This was another drink that was created, and again, local artists on the bottle. Detroit City Distillery also sold a drink that had a portion of their proceeds that came to the Detroit Black Farm and Land Fund, and plus skateboarding, which I thought was so cool. It's this skateboarding shop in a suburb of Detroit, and they said, they had some like fancy skateboarding shoes, and they raffled them off, and the raffle raised like $2,000. I mean, so they were able, through doing this process, they were able to give back to our organization. And just, and again, these people mostly all came up with this on their own. This, of course, we had some coordination with Eastern Market Brewing Company for the beer, but people were just said, hey, we want to tap in. How do we do that? And so I bring these things up because it's so powerful to see the creativity that can go into figuring out how to be the change that you want to see. Like, how do we take that first step? Like, how do I start doing something that's different beyond just being upset about the inequity in the food system, and beyond acknowledging it? What can I do to take the first step? And so these are just some great examples of how small businesses in Detroit were able to do that. And then finally, I cannot underestimate how important it is for, I think ally has been used as a term for a long time. And we at the Detroit Black Farm and Land Fund are personally really invested in not just, growing our, with allies, but growing with co-conspirators, right? Like how you have to be standing in our stead and really committed to, changing the systems that you notice around you and leveraging the powers that you may have towards our collective goal, again, of equity in the food system, excuse me. And that is, so Danielle is a part of our leadership committee. She does all kinds of amazing things that she connected us with Eastern Market Brewing Company, actually. And she's always there, kind of stepping into, an understanding of how important this work is and how she can contribute. And one of the things I really like that she says, as a co-conspirator, you're being invited to walk in someone else's garden, right? And so, I think a lot of the things that we talk about when we talk about allyship certainly still apply in terms of making sure that Black people and Black farmers are centered and at the center of our work. And Danielle has been indispensable in terms of being able to move forward the work that we're doing, giving us great ideas and perspective. And as you see, we have lots of fun when we're together. Me and Danielle always take good pictures together. And so I just want to shout her out. Danielle is an employee from Keep Growing Detroit, who again is one of our coalition farms. And I don't want to underestimate, it is so important for, co-conspirators and like people like Paige too, right? Like, Paige is here and in all of our meetings and has been so involved in the work that we're doing together. These are things that we need from everyone, but particularly from the non-Black folks who are in our movement and who are standing side by side with us. So just a big thank you to all of you, who are committed to being co-conspirators in terms of eradicating racism in the food system. We love you, we appreciate you, and we are looking forward to continuing to work with you. I think that's my last slide. But so I want to, Alita, I'm trying to go back. I want to turn it over to Alita, because Alita is going to talk to us a little bit about cooperative models and some of the things that she's been doing with Southwest Market in Grand Rapids. So very excited to hear from you, Alita, and I'm happy to run your slides.
Thank you, Aaron. I'm just over the moon with this whole presentation and just in awe that I get to have this company and be in company with all these amazing women. So thank you. So I'm going to talk a little bit about cooperation, cooperative structures and collaboration, the importance of collaboration. You know, Erin just touched on it. All the different businesses, entities that have gone and supported the Detroit Black Farmer Fund. There's a role for everyone. And so, you know, this presentation, it's not just for you to witness, but it's really an opportunity to get your gears moving around where it is that you fit in. So everybody has a role to play. And it means taking stock of your resources and where your passion lies, and then getting in where you fit in. So next slide. So I think a lot of great conversations are being had right now across the country, because we're having this resurgence of the word equity. And so I want to jump into the difference between equality, equity, and liberation, because what we're doing with the farm funds is really paving a way for liberation of BIPOC growers and Black growers. So in the first image on the left, you know, it shows everybody has a stool, but it doesn't allow everyone to see what's on the other side of the fence. In the middle image, which is where I think a lot of us are at, or a lot of organizations are at right now, is we give people the stool / the tools that they need to look over the fence. And then liberation is, why do we have a fence? Let's burn down the fence. Let's remove the fence and get that out of here. Because most of the time, the fence is something that has been created to serve a select few, but if we can all get on the same page about, you know, why this fence exists or why it needs to be there, then we get closer to removing the fence for future generations. Next slide. So this work that we're doing it within a society where capitalism is king. And so I think it's really important that we acknowledge one of the biggest barriers to us all finding liberation, and that is capitalism. And so the goal of capitalism is not cooperative in any way, and it's strictly to maximize profits. And so, you know, there are exceptions to entities that are operating within capitalism. And I'd like to say, you know, I'm trying to do that with the grocery store that I own. Well, we're a for-profit company within capitalism, but because me and my business partner are calling the shots, we're deciding to operate in a way that's a little bit different and more cooperative in nature. And so the cooperative structures are usually mission-based and centered around the net good of society and the liberation of everyone involved. Next slide. Cooperative structures are not new. This has been the way that humans have been surviving and thriving and evolving since the dawn of humanity. Capitalism is what has been a newer structure. And I think most of us can agree that from the capitalist experiment, it's not working for us. So it's not working for us. And it's time that we come back to our roots and adopt more cooperative structures so that we can remove the wealth disparity that continues to grow in our society. So cooperative structures, the roots are from early African civilizations. Kisa mentioned this earlier. You know, right now the corporation is at the center of our concern as humans, and it's wreaking havoc on our earth. It's leaving most people with not enough. when the reality is there is enough resources for all of us here. It's just the hoarding that happens within capitalism doesn't make way for a just distribution of those resources. So empowering cooperative structures provides more resiliency for our society at large. And that's where everyone has stake in the cooperation of all of us together. So there's many examples of cooperative structures that still exist today. And I think that it's important that we look at those structures and continue to evolve them to fit the needs of today's society, tomorrow's society. Mutual aid is one example. Credit unions are another. I just found out this weekend that my great grandpa started a credit union that still exists today. So these aren't things that, you know, are in the past. It's here, it's now. Childcare sharing, group real estate purchases, sharing tools and equipment, worker-owned businesses. This is something that Southeast Market will adopt in the future here. Bartering, meal trains. The CSA, Community Supported Agriculture, is a cooperative structure, crowdfunding in general. And then I'm going to share a little bit about how our grocery store provides that structure and vehicle for community also. So affordable food is such a huge barrier for many in our community. And with the cost of food going up, we decided to create this fund called Pay It Forward. And so anyone can donate to Pay It Forward. We have standing donors. Anytime you check out at Southeast Market, you're encouraged to round up your purchase to add back into the pot. And so Pay It Forward dollars provides a subsidy for all of our produce, all of our meat, all of our dairy, and that's for every single person that purchases. There's no, do you want to use the subsidy? There's no, what do you make every year? You know, everybody has to take the subsidy. And one of the reasons why we do that is because we want people to be humbled and feel very much a part of the receiving end, because it changes your framework. You know, I think some systems of mutual aid and community care, it looks like people with means just are giving to people with less means. And that power structure can cause some issues. And so we really want everybody to be on both sides, giving when you have means and live into abundance. And when you don't, you're still going to be receiving the subsidy. So I think it's a really nice way to get people to participate on both sides, because life is so, life can be so unpredictable, and you never know when you're going to be on the receiving or the giving end. So it's nice to have people experience both of those sides. Also, we're providing an opportunity for people to give free groceries to people in our community that experience food insecurity or living under food apartheid. And we offer that through our produce subscription. So we offer produce subscriptions similar to a CSA, but working with several different local farms. And you have the opportunity to purchase one for yourself and someone else. And we call that soul to soul. And through that program, we've been able to provide thousands of grocery orders for free to people in our community who are living under food apartheid. Next slide. So really the difference in capitalism and cooperative structures is how it ties to our liberation as people and how we're amassing resources. So capitalism encourages us to believe that we're on our own. It's very individualistic. and that liberation, our liberation and self-determined liberation can only manifest through amassing resources for us and our own. And cooperation helps us to lean into the fact that all of our liberation is tied to each other's liberation, and helps us to live in abundance and manifest our liberation through the sharing of resources. And so if cooperative structures are not your thing, that's okay. There's a space for you. You can provide resources for some of us to do the work, or you can bring your skills and talents to these cooperative structures. But most importantly, if just providing resources, whether it be financial resources, land, is what you're up for, just let the people doing the work do the work and get out of the way. So I've experienced a lot of that in West Michigan, where people want to tell us how to do this work. And I think we just need to, I know that we just need to listen to the people that are on the ground. They're living, breathing this work, and they see what needs to happen. And so I'm talking specifically to all the white folks, the well-meaning white folks that want to be a part of the solution. Sometimes being a part of the solution means providing some of your resources and then getting out of the way. Next slide. So part of figuring out where you fit in and how best to collaborate within cooperative structures is to take stock of what's happening in your community. Look to the systems with the most inequities, and like Erin started us off with, the history of Black land ownership. Less than 1% of our nation's farms are owned by Black folks. And so there's a huge inequity, and those are the spaces that we really need to pour the most energy into. And so systems like land ownership, Black land ownership specifically, are what we really need to pay attention to. And that's why these funds were created. And so listening to the people of color doing the work on the ground, we are surrounded by so much wisdom and knowledge. And because we're living in a society that prioritizes white supremacy, it's easy to find the European-centered answers, but there's so much indigenous knowledge if you can just listen to people of color and stop trying to put your ideas on us. We really just need to be empowered to do the work that we know needs to be done in the way that we see fit for our communities. And so, like I said in the last slide, sometimes the best thing to do is to just get out of the way and provide in the ways that the leaders of these organizations are really speaking into what we need. So working backwards from the dream, I think that's important, because sometimes it's hard for us to see the end goal, and we can be overwhelmed by the end goal, which is food sovereignty. But if we can work backwards from the best case scenario, then we can kind of chunk these different things that need to happen into bits and pieces that we can realistically work on. So don't be discouraged by all this work that needs to get done. Working collaboratively means that you don't have to do it alone. You can't do it alone. We can't do this alone. So it's really important to learn from the other folks that are doing this work. And like we're learning in West Michigan, we're learning so much from the Detroit Black Farmer Land Fund and from the Washtenaw Black Farmer Fund, because they have a robust community with boots on the ground doing this work. And so we don't have to recreate the wheel. And so we're carefully taking notes from these amazing entities and people and applying it to how it makes best sense in our region. And even though there's just 3 land funds, I think there's room for more. And I hope to see more in this country. And we're happy to provide some insight into how to do that. So I'm speaking for Detroit and Washtenaw right now, but I know that they're open to sharing some of the things that they've learned. And I love that this is going to be recorded, so we'll be able to share that with other people who are interested. So next slide. So part of figuring out where you fit in means taking stock of your resources. And resources doesn't always have to look like money. It doesn't always have to look like land. I know, for example, right now, our fund really needs help with social media. It's like one of the best ways to communicate with folks in this day and age. And so there's a lot of people out there who are really good at social media. And if you have, an hour a week of extra time, you could apply your skills to this collective project. So really taking the time to download what your resources might be, and thinking through how much patience you have for what you're proposing, how much follow through you have for what you're proposing, because the last thing we want to do is take on pieces of this project and then not really have all your heart and soul in it. And then it falls back on organizers to pick up the pieces. So just taking some time to really download what you have to offer to the cause. But it doesn't need to always be money. It doesn't always have to be land. There's many different ways that you can contribute. But coming to the table with what you can contribute is very helpful because, as organizers, we're all very busy. And so if you just show up and say, like, I want to help, there's infinite ways to help, but to acknowledge and really care for how best you can contribute, and so that you're doing work that you also enjoy and that you're also good at, or that you want to evolve your skills around, you have to take that time first before you just run into an email, run into I want to meet with you, and think about how best you can contribute. Next slide. So this picture on the right is a picture of the Black Panther Party and their school lunch program or school breakfast program. And so they were really instrumental in the formation of the federal school food program. And it was because they saw a need in their community and created this breakfast program that was very community powered. This wasn't like a whole bunch of grants coming in from the USDA. This is like people showing up, putting dollars there, serving kids so that they could learn all day and evolve their family and get into their own self-determined future. And from that experience, the federal government was feeling shame about their contributions to school food. And so from the Black Panther Party's school food program was birthed the robust school food program that we know today as free and reduced lunch for children. So even though I share that, because even though the federal government was really doing a lackluster job, they were inspired by the work done in community. And so some of this work that we're doing systems that we're creating, entities that we're creating, is really paving the way to hold the larger systems accountable. And so this is one example of how community power inspires the system at large. And now we have robust policy around school food. And so I really think that what we're doing is paving the way for the accountability that we have yet to see from places like the USDA to support Black farmers. Next slide. So next, I really want to just speak into some of the collaborative vision that's happening in West Michigan through some of the work that I'm doing with Paige, we're doing as the BIPOC Farmer Fund, doing as the City of Grand Rapids Urban Agriculture Committee, and at Southeast Market. So Freedom School, our children's enrichment program, is giving children and families the opportunity to engage in urban agriculture in a way that they may not have had access to. And so it's also evolving some of the understanding around agriculture justice and mindfulness. Also, we are learning a lot from the people that are participating in these programs too, and it helps us to evolve our own programming. So it's a very much a give and take and evolve together type of framework. And so Freedom School is paving the way for our urban incubator farm that we're in the current process of planning out through a USDA planning grant that we received last year. And the goal is to have this urban incubator farm for BIPOC growers where they can learn from each other, share tools, share resources. I'm really pushing for housing to be a component so that they can be close to their plants. But we see having the intro of Freedom School to some of these concepts and then providing the actual space where people can learn and grow and evolve their agricultural activities a little bit more. Next slide. Our West Michigan BIPOC Land Fund will provide some resources to somebody that could be graduating from the urban incubator farm and ready to do some even larger scale growing, maybe in a rural area or outside the city, or if they can find a large enough lot in the city. And so that's really the hope, is that we can provide access points at every step of the way for food sovereignty. And so collective land purchases are another thing that I hope to see come from the incubator farm, that growers will go in together and purchase land together. And it helps to mitigate some of the risk of having, a huge mortgage on land because you're sharing that responsibility with other people, like-minded folks that have the same mission as you. And then having retail markets and farmers markets where people can intentionally support those growers. So what we're trying to do, and like Southeast Market, my store, that sources first from BIPOC individuals and female-led businesses and farms. So really it's creating a pipeline for food sovereignty and all these different areas of the food system. And some, when I first started talking about some of this stuff, some were like, you're living in la la land, and that would be nice, but it's not going to happen. But look at us, we are on our way, and it really just takes intentionality and diligence and learning from the beautiful folks like Kisa and Aaron and Paige. We are rich in knowledge. It's just tapping into the folks that are doing the work. And so, yeah. Is there any more slides after that? I can't remember. And so in the name of food sovereignty, all of those systems are being are being built, and all of those entities that I just was speaking about are being built and evolving. We don't have to accept the broken systems that only serve some. We can accept that that's the past. We can leave that in the past. And if we want to create the food system that we want, we're going to have to create new things. And so I want you all to think about what type of a food system you want. What are the different elements of your dream food system, and dream abundantly, and then take small steps to actualization for that. So food sovereignty really speaks into, do people have the access to have a power over their food? And right now we are just saturated with foods that keep us sick and sad and tired, and keep us disconnected from all of our creative juices. And so I think all of us who are presenting today would be able to speak into the liberation and energy and vitality we feel when we're connected to real whole foods, and when you know the story behind your food. And so really it's about giving people opportunities to tap into that gift that Earth has for us. But right now we are intentionally separated from it. And the only way that we're going to get back to it is by adopting more collaborative systems and getting away from this notion that if you want to do well, you have to do it by yourself.
Alita, thank you so much. That was so awesome. And we love your slides. They're so beautiful. And it's a great kind of, backdrop. We have a few more minutes before we, move. We did leave some time for questions from you all. And so we want to hear what questions you have, but also kind of just wrap up with, some of our visions collectively. So again, we have been, connecting on and off since Washtenaw came into the picture. And then we found out about Grand Rapids, and we were like, we have to be collaborative. We have to know kind of what's going on with each other and support each other. And again, as for the, Detroit, we had took off so fast. And so we have so many kind of like resources or things that we've already done, that we are making sure that the other, farmer land funds know how to do or have a framework. And we're going to continue to do that work, because it's essential for us to build and grow together, even though, as you've heard, our 3 geographic locations have very kind of unique challenges. And so while we may not all be facing the same challenges or doing it the same way, it's important, we have like the super urban, right? And then like the hybrid, like urban, rural. And then, of course, Grand Rapids also is very urban, but there has access to a lot of rural space, and, which we don't have. And so, statewide collaboration, as you see on here, is something that is essential for us. We think that, moving forward, we want to always make sure that we can, collaborate with each other and support each other. It's the essence of the work that we do. Again, that's that. I think that our ancestors would be proud of that as well, right? Like just making sure that we are all coming together. And any of you, feel free to speak on, we all put some things on this list. And of course, land donations and equipment donations, of course, are very important for, some of our farmers and how we want to build together. And then I can talk about the succession planning piece. I know this was something that we kind of touched on, but just, the concept, the idea of understanding that there are so many farmers. I feel like there's this generation of farmers whose children don't want to farm, right? Or like they have farms, but they don't have someone to really turn it over to. And so again, so, is it gonna go back to the state, right? Because it doesn't go into anybody else's hands. How can we make sure that we're connecting? We can, maybe we can be connecting, young, Black farmers, BIPOC farmers to these folks who maybe don't have anyone to pass their farm down to, and need someone to do that with. And so there are a couple, I think, of iterations that we've seen, like trying to start that process, but that's definitely something that we think, on the statewide level could be really useful and beneficial to, to this movement overall, right? And just, again, it's about utilizing that resource more effectively, right? We know that there are farmers out there. We know that they can't necessarily find someone to take over their farm operations once they can't do it anymore. How do we make those connections? You know what I mean? So that's a big thing that we had kind of come to, that we hope, we'll be able to work with some folks, here to bring into fruition over time.
Yeah, I just want to add on to that succession planning piece and that funding for education. That's sort of our call to action for folks out there who are working at an organization that's meant to support farmers, or maybe you're a nonprofit, maybe you're a technical assistance provider. If you're holding some of that knowledge and that knowledge is not being equitably distributed or is not equitably accessible, how can you do more intentional outreach to BIPOC farmers to share that information? How can you connect, these land funds here? How can you let us know about that affordable land out there? Or can you start conversations with some of those older farmers that you might know of, that you may be talking to about succession planning? How can you incorporate into your conversation about succession planning this conversation about land reparations? So just wanted to put that out there, maybe start thinking about that. How can you talk to the organization you're working with about flipping that switch a little bit?
And also, land donations, equipment donations, and sustainability for our advocacy work. There's a lot of people who aren't touching the soil or the land, but yet they're there supporting structures for others that touch the soil and touch the land and grow the food. And so helping us create sustainable systems for our advocacy work by also contributing and using your knowledge and your skills to help create and shape policies that will keep this to be sustainable models is extremely important as well.
And this last piece, just wanted to reiterate a lot of those calls to action that Erin mentioned and Alita touched on in her discussion about cooperation. We've had a couple of businesses over here in West Michigan reach out to us and do some fundraising utilizing their network and their products. We had Dream Goats utilize their adorable little goats, fundraised by hosting some goat hikes and donating that money to us. And then these folks pictured here are from Let's Stay at Home GR. They make cocktail kits, and without anyone asking, they just reached out to us, said, hey, we're going to host this fundraiser. We'll donate the money to your GoFundMe. That's the type of mobilization we're talking about. So I threw some other ideas in here for you, whether you're a business owner or not. There's definitely ways for you to participate. Just think about what skills you have and how that could boost this movement. And if you don't have land to donate, just think about where your networks of people are. I guarantee there are people in there that have some connections to folks that own land, folks with extra land. How can you insert some of that conversation into all the spaces you're a part of? So I think that's about it today. And thank you everybody for tuning in. And thanks to all the amazing women here today. It was so wonderful to listen to your voices for a couple of hours.
All right, yes. And then we have some of these, just links if you need them. We are excited to hear any questions that you have. And yeah, again, just thanks for listening and being here and being a part. This is a part of the process, but this is just the beginning, right? So we are looking forward to seeing you out there, whether it's on the land or on the trail, to where it's on the journey. I'm gonna stop sharing there. I will, and of course I think these slides will be available for folks, to whoever they want to connect with, wherever part of Michigan they're connected to. Let me see. And then do we have any questions yet? Maybe. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, yes. And then they're gonna post the slides and a link to the recording. It says no questions yet, but yeah, I hope
Okay.
that you guys, yeah, if I don't know if there's, what else can we talk? We could talk about this all day, of course, but yeah, if you guys have any specific questions, trying to think if might be a good time. If there's anything that we missed, but I mean, I feel like we did it all. We did it all and then some.
I guess one cool thing to mention is that this planning for this conference gave us the opportunity to talk more about our collective vision and thinking about how could this type of effort become a statewide effort one day, a statewide fundraiser, everyone engaging locally, looking where the land is, connecting BIPOC folks with land all across the state. So encourage everybody to think about what that looks like for you locally, wherever you are.
Yeah. And holding space, making that time to like remember, for at least for me, and I think for all of us, it puts us in more of a creative space where we're able to be more actionable. And so we're looking for you all to be in that space as well, like holding more space with people of color and other organizations that are fighting this good fight. Taking some time to remember with them. So when we're out there creating and we're letting go of these ideas out into these new systems, I think it'd be easier for us to like work together.
And then it looks like we do have a question, and I have some background noise, so sorry. There's a bunch of, it's the village. I'm at the Village Cafe, which is at Akibalon Village on the east side of Detroit, and so there's a bunch of young men down here doing constructive things, but they may be kind of loud. What would you recommend for? I know, right? I'm telling them, come say hi. What would you recommend for first steps for BIPOC in Northern Michigan? Because I was going to say that Northern Michigan for looking to start land trusts. Now I know. Obviously I don't think any of us have land trusts yet. There is a cultivator land trust that's developing in Detroit, and that's certainly something that we're thinking about long-term for all of the farmland that our farmers are acquiring. We have only over 70 farmers that we've supported up to this point. And so we want to be, when land is not contiguous, right, like next to each other, land trusts can still tie that land together legally. And so, yeah, I mean, because we're all in Southern Michigan, I think that obviously Northern Michigan probably has some challenges that we haven't necessarily considered. It's likely way more rural. And so, again, it's just like Kisa has shown us, it's about kind of designing systems that work and then taking what you need to, kind of morph it into what the next thing is. But I certainly know we would love to, be connected with some BIPOC folks in Northern Michigan, who also want to do this work. And again, that continues to like lay that foundation for like what is like the statewide farmer land fund, BIPOC Black Farmer Land Fund in Michigan, and like what could that look like? And I think it's beautiful to see it cropping up in so many different places.
Yeah, I'll tack on to that. You could reach out to, there's a small land trust in the Lansing area called Capital United Land Trust, and they are trying to secure urban land in Lansing for queer and BIPOC folks. So you could connect with them. And also would just encourage you to chat, if you wanted to chat more about land laws and the legalities of a land trust. I think talking with the Land Conservancy could be helpful there.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Lisa, did you want to add anything to that? Sorry.
No, not about the land. I think it's another question. Will you recommend any training programs for young Black people who want to learn how to farm and grow food? And that's a good one. I took a very non-traditional route when I started to learn. Like I just started growing, on my own. But how I got my training, even though I came from Michigan State with my bachelor's undergrad, they do have the MSU organic farm program that's really good and beneficial, and you get scholarships through. How I got my professional development, I just started working on the farm, and I worked my way up to being a farm manager, and I did farm management at the University of Michigan campus farm while I was going through school, and I just learned all the ins and outs of like how to run a farm. I know that the Detroit Black Food Security Network, you guys are already, you have certain programs, or you can work on the farm there.
The Food Warriors, right, is run by, I want to shout out Mama Hanifa, who has run the Food Warriors for us for years. Food Warriors is a program specifically targeting younger children. I want to say like 5 and up. My daughter was the youngest Food Warrior for a while when she was 3. But 5 and up, and again, getting them on the farm, getting them outside, getting them into the garden, teaching them about, what do seeds do and how do they grow? Again, so the science, the STEM piece, but also the nutrition piece. She taught them how to read labels a couple of weeks ago. So accidentally muted myself, the Food Warriors program, and we also are going to be expanding the Food Warriors program over the next year. So if you were in the Detroit area, definitely connect with, you can go to dbcfsn.org and you can click on youth programs, and that will give you more information about the Food Warriors, who have been meeting virtually for the most part through the pandemic, but are hopefully going to be back outdoors very, very soon. And then I think I want to say Keep Growing Detroit, one of our other coalition farms, also has a youth program. So again, I want to say their website, it's like Detroit in Agriculture. It's not keepgrowingdetroit.com, but we're all on social media using our farm names. So you can find all kinds of information about our youth programs there. So yeah, that would be great to have more young Black people who want to start learning about this young. I mean, that's so essential. That's why I started my daughter when she was 3. I was like, I want you to know how to grow your own food regardless of anything else that's going on. So
Olivia Page, do y'all got some?
Freedom School, right?
Yeah, Freedom School is one way to get introduced to some of that. We'll be having signups for kids age 7 through 11 in the next month or so. So you'll be able to sign up for that. We're also going to be launching a paid apprenticeship for aspiring growers of color. And there's no real age requirement there. It's just having a willingness to learn, and they'll get about $7,000 to learn over the summer from other growers of color in the state, and then applying some of what they learn to our community garden here at MLK Park in Grand Rapids. Soulfire Farm has a really great program, and Erin, I know you went through it. You can speak to that.
Oh yeah, and I can also speak to the fact that Farming While Black, which is like my growing Bible, also has a really great chapter on youth programs, right? So I did go to Soulfire Farm this summer, which is in upstate New York, and I was able to take my daughter, right, because they are also committed to intergenerational, farm education, right? So they believe that it's just as important for my daughter to learn how to farm as it is for me, and so of course I think they're not the only, Black farm that's doing that, but they were one of the first that really has been speaking out and letting people know about their programs and how they can duplicate them wherever they are. And so their commitment to youth, and again, culturally speaking, making sure that Black and brown youth are connected and understand why our agriculture is important to us. Again, beyond, yes, there's food sovereignty, but there's also self-determination, right? And so there's again, I always speak of Sankofa, right? So we're reaching back, we're grabbing what we need, and we're bringing it with us into this new generation, and we're also pushing it forward, right? We want to make sure that 7 generations ago somebody was thinking about me, and they could have never imagined that I'd be sitting here doing this, and so I got to think about the people 7 generations in the future who are going to be like sitting on the moon or whatever they're going to be doing, but that hopefully they'll be on the moon growing some food. Okay. But yeah, so that, the Soulfire Farm is also a great resource, and Farming While Black is a book that one of the co-founders, Leah Penniman, wrote, and has a chapter on youth programs that specifically integrate farming. So that could be a really powerful resource as well.
I know in Lansing, there's a really good program, a youth program with Northwest Initiative. They have a food systems program where my daughter, she was like a gardening coach. She would go out, and they have several hoop houses, and they teach young children how to go. They have a very mature program that's been a while for quite some time. Also in in Washtenaw County, Willow Run Acres is a well-known educational or agriculture education program and farms. He has open sensory farms. He also has the Underground Railroad farm that talks all about how not only when they were navigating, getting from place to place, getting to some form of freedom, how the plants were used to dictate like where the location was at and how they were moving, what was eaten, what was used if somebody got shot or harmed or some kind of harm happened. But that's a wonderful place. He talks about mushrooms, potatoes. He goes into all the intricate details about like what is agriculture and why it's so important to our culture as well.
I'll also add, if you're in the West Michigan area and you're looking to work on a farm, feel free to reach out to us for some recommendations. There are some places that are going to be a better experience than others, especially if you're looking for like some education focused work. So we're happy to recommend places to you. And also, if you're looking for online learning, Sundance Harvest over in Toronto has some really great virtual workshops and sort of talks about farming and crop planning and a lot of these things that have become really capitalist, really meticulous, and sort of flipping the switch and talking about different ways you can farm, different ways you can run the business side of things, for people who have different types of strengths and weaknesses, so definitely check her out.
Okay, and it looks like they said a lot of those links that we just mentioned made it into the chat, so that's good. So everybody should be able to tap in. And then I'm going to go back to this question about outreach, but because it's connected to that, how do we follow the work that you're doing? And so all of us, I believe, are on Instagram. All of us are on Facebook, from what I recall. Again, I think we posted some of the links earlier, and I think those will be available this is our web presence, right? So I think our web presence is likely the best way to get in touch with any of us, and to keep up with what we're doing. And the other question, how does everyone plan to conduct outreach to the community who isn't aware of the work that you all do? Most people who are aware are in these agricultural spaces, which is true. There's probably a lot of support from the community who isn't in the agricultural space. And I know for me, this work has taken me kind of into like the podcast world. So like I never had done any podcasts or anything, but people are always asking me to be on their podcast and talk about this work. And for me, like I'm a lawyer, I'm a mom, I'm an artist, I'm like all these other things. And for a while, as a supporter of Black farmers, right, not necessarily someone who worked on a farm all the time, full time myself, I finally had to really like step into the fact that I'm a gardener, and that's beautiful because like it's a part of my life, even though I'm not like, I wasn't trained as an agriculturalist, like I wasn't, I didn't come from an agricultural background or anything like that. But for me, it was motherhood too. It was like my daughter was born, and it was like, okay, like I might feel like I can eat crappy, destructive food, right? Like what Kisa was talking about, but she's not. Like, I don't want her to eat destructive food, and I want her to have a better way of looking at the world and a better way of understanding how she can engage. And so I realized from an ancestral perspective as a Black woman, but also, as someone who is connected to the land and connected to what healing that can bring, that kind of helps to bring my agricultural work into some of the other things that I do, right? And so I think it's so important for Black people and brown people to remember and recognize like this is something we have always done. Like this is something our people have been doing since the beginning of time. And so, no matter where you're doing it or how you're doing it, I mean, of course, you want to make sure you're coming from the right framework, but this is ancestral. Like this is inside of you. This is a part of you. And, so no, you don't have to like be a farmer or like be a full-time farmer or anything like that to be connected to this. And so I think that's kind of how I'm always talking to people, and I'm like, yeah, you should grow something in your backyard. I'm like, let me help you like start a plant. I'm like, let's just try one thing. Like, you know, and like people are like, I don't want to, but it's like, it's so cool, like, you know, watching something grow. And I love like, oh, like winter is kind of hard for me because I haven't gotten super good at preserving it. And so I have to buy produce, and that drives me crazy because it's like, I love being able to just go outside and get what I need and bring it back inside, you know? So this is something, a lot of this is about a lifestyle choice that we should really be making, not only for our physical health, but for our mental health, right? And so I just want to remind people of that. That's kind of how I like push it into other spaces, kind of like, well, let's think about this holistically. Like, what does this mean for like my whole life? Not just again, I also went to Michigan, but my degree's in history, not agriculture or sustainable, anything like that. But you know, it's still very meaningful and a big part of my life. So, oh, does no one else want to add to that? Okay.
Well, I guess they were talking about how are we planning on doing community outreach and sharing what we do with the community at large. And I can speak on some of the work that we're doing as far as building this urban incubator farm, Freedom School, Southeast Market. We have plans to do some focus groups in our community and just like canvassing the neighborhood, giving them the opportunity to come have a meal with us. They'll be paid. Our neighbors will be paid for showing up and providing their insight into how they want to see this programming work. So they'll also have opportunities to speak into what we teach at Freedom School, really giving the community an opportunity to decide what our children learn, what we're talking about, even and not just for children, but Freedom School, I really see as being both for children and adults. So
yes,
giving community and neighbors a chance to speak into what they want to learn and what they want to see and how they want to be empowered. So we're doing that. And luckily we're able to pay people because we have grant funding, but yeah, not everybody has that, you know,
that's
that
important.
privilege.
Right.
So
it's important.
I'm on mute. I'm a health at every size informed dietitian, wondering if any of your groups have folks working to craft food messaging that are based in anti-diet or fat liberation concepts. Oh, I see a lot of public health messaging that includes stigmatizing language about food choices or body size. Absolutely. I think food system specialists have the potential to impact these conversations in a positive way. Well, I like that. It's not something that we, you know, had thought about, but I mean, I want, you know, certainly I'm sure that Kisa has something to say about that. It just feels very designy to me. So maybe you don't, but it feels like something you've considered. I don't know why.
It is like there's a huge initiative that's going across the state of Michigan now. It's sponsored by the Sugar Smart Coalition and the Michigan Advocates for Healthy Checkouts. Her name is Jane Kramer. She's situated in Lansing, and they're doing this huge campaign for the state of Michigan, and they're talking to the different local food policy councils. That's another thing, like, well, we have to understand now at this point, because agriculture is culture, within our state, there's many different food policy councils that can affect the change that you need happen within your community. They have that voice, they have that stance, they're wonderful working groups. Some could be defunct because they're not utilizing the community resources as they should, but there are some that are attempting to do that. And they also can have a lot of power when it comes to the zoning policies that are put in place that keep us suppressed. So someone such as Jane Kramer for the Healthy Food Checkouts, where they're trying to fight through policy on how to change the messaging and the systems of making sure that things are more, making sure that we're buying healthy food. We're removing the snacks, the corporations now, like we're removing them from the checkout lanes, removing that type of language. John also wanted to share that successful nutrition programs across the lifespan, like SNAP AL is another organization that could be helpful. Thank you, John. But there are certain organizations out here when it comes to the political sphere of like, they really want to change what healthy is, and they want to start attacking it from the root.
Cool. Thank you, Kisa. I knew you knew something. But yeah, let me see. Do we have any other questions? Oh, do we answer the question before? Hold on. There was one before. Oh, do you have any upcoming events? So I wanted to give space. If any of us have upcoming events, we are personally planning our year as we speak, but we always the Detroit Black Farmer Land Fund, because we were founded on Juneteenth, we always would do a launch on Juneteenth. Juneteenth is a Sunday this year though, so we will do our fundraising launch and farmers market at Oakland Avenue Urban Farm again on Saturday, June 18th. So that will be, more details are going to be forthcoming about that. And that will be on our website, which is DetroitBlackFarmer.com. I don't know if any of you all have events coming up or anything that and again, follow us on Instagram and Facebook for any other things that we're doing. We will post it there or post it on our website.
No concrete events over here.
Yeah, just follow us and we'll keep you updated.
All right. Let's see.
That I cannot show my
everyone.
video because Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the 18th Annual Michigan Family Farms Conference. Before we get into the next part of our program, which is going to be celebrating excellence in our midst, I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the planning team that has put this conference together. We have a number of the members that are on the screen. You're looking at them. These folks come from all over, from different organizations: Michigan Food and Farming Systems, Michigan State University Extension, nonprofits, NRCS, government agencies, and really come together as a team. And I just want to let you know that this is not a short process. We work on this all year long. We meet once a week, typically, to put all this together and bring it to you. And so I just wanted to acknowledge the people that are here, the organizations that have helped us put this conference together. And someone else will probably say it, so I'll say it right now, that I am retiring this year. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank the committee and Michigan Food and Farming Systems for, I think, giving me the privilege to be a part of this group. I say that it takes a lot of people to do this types of things, and for us to do our types of jobs as educators. I've leaned on a lot of the folks in this room to help me through my career, and I just want everyone to know how much I appreciate that and how much you've helped me, and the immense amount that I have learned from everybody in this group and everybody who's been involved in the conference through the years. So at this time, I would like to pass it over to Scotty to say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dean. Yeah, hi, my name is Scotty. I'm the Michigan Family Farms Conference Coordinator this year. It's my first year with the committee. And it's the first year that the committee has gone virtual, which we all learned together is just about just as much work, if not more. And I know everyone's really wanting to be together to celebrate. So this has been an interesting year. I know we're really looking forward to being live next year, or in person rather.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just been an honor and a joy to work with this group, and about half of the committee members that we work with weren't able to make this session right now. You know, it was kind of like a last minute, let's all jump in together announcement, but shout out to everybody who contributed, who attended all of the meetings or some of the meetings. We also had a lot of wonderful community advisors that phoned in and advised on how they wanted to see the conference shape up. We had people stop in once or twice just to give their feedback on what would be helpful to learn about and to see happen as food growers in the bioregion. And I'm going to be honest, I was really excited about working with this group. I was really excited about the job description. I was a little hesitant about working with a nonprofit because I work with a lot of nonprofits. And despite the seemingly liberatory vision that they all tend to hold, often there is a like hierarchical structure at play that's kind of like a symptom of capitalism that shows up in a lot of different governance bodies. And this group has just been at every turn curious and excited and thoughtful, and receives feedback and wants to see this conference expand and evolve and just continue to grow and better reflect the needs of the food producers in this bioregion. So that's been really, really wonderful to experience. We're also really weird. We've had fashion shows. We know what people's children look like, which is great. We've met everybody's pets. We show up in sweatpants and eat on screen, but I'll keep it moving in this direction of really trying to hold something beautiful together. So that's been a total joy and a lot of laughter. So I'm also really grateful for that. I want to give a really special thank you and my apologies. I'm going to say some first names here because I'm going by memory. But I want to give some special thank yous to presenters this year who incorporated storytelling components, specifically Black and Indigenous and people of color who have stepped up and have been brave in sharing their experience and their stories. That's a labor. And one thing that's been really great about this conference this year is that we're really navigating for the first year, navigating getting people paid for their time and effort. So that's been really cool. So I just want to thank everyone that stepped up in that way. We've been getting feedback from people who have been listening at home. A lot of the content that's been shared this year has really shifted the way people are viewing this landscape in the food producing realms and culturally as well. So we're really hopeful to see what seeds are planted this year and how they can grow into the future. I also want to say this is the first year where we've been offering $100 stipends for Black, Indigenous, immigrant farmers, people of color in general to come to a meeting, share your experience, share what you want to see at the conference, just make a stop in and, engage in a weird fashion show if you want to, but that's been great. And also like calling in or, if you want to be on an advisory phone call and don't want to be in like the meeting, that's also okay. And that's been happening this year as well. But this is a volunteer-based committee. So that's something we're holding as well. And we're trying to navigate how to move into the future, making sure people are like feeling in right relationship with their time spent and their compensation received, monetary and otherwise. So yeah, if you have ideas for the conference in the future, please reach out. If you want to present in the future, please reach out. If you want a storytelling session, same. And I know we're running out of time, so just big thank you. I didn't announce everybody by name, but I really appreciate everybody and thanks for all being here. And I do want to ask, I know that we talked about moving on pretty quickly, but I want to ask if anybody here has anything that they do want to share before we move on to the award ceremony, because I do want there to be space for that if people want to say anything.
Thank you for bringing us all together in the way that you have this year, Scotty. It's really helped move everybody forward, and we couldn't have done it without you. And we certainly could not have done this without Dewan's many talents and getting us lifted and on the live stream and Alpine Media. So thanks.
Oh, and also shout out to Rhea, who wasn't able to jump on the call.
Yeah.
Rhea True has put in so much time and energy, and it's just been kicking ass, but the ass, it's been good. She's been wonderful. So thank you, Rhea. I know you weren't able to hop on right now.
I just want to say really quickly before we move on that this whole presentation, everything has touched me a lot. I've learned a lot, and I definitely look forward to helping out more in the future with things like this. It definitely makes what I do and staying up, working hard, learning things to drive this forward a lot easier. And I just want to, do more of it. So thank you for that.
All right, well, love and appreciate all of you, and gonna pass the mic to Jim and Eunice and Jen for the awards.
All right. Hey, everyone, this is Jim Marshall. And thanks, everyone. I just can't express enough gratitude to all of you. I started planning this thing way back in the beginning. It was, nearly 20 years ago now. And somehow I'm not sure how I got to be the elder statesman on the committee. So that's okay. With time comes that sort of thing. And I'm grateful to be a part of this. So just sort of a little bit of background, and not a lot really, but a little background about the Michigan Family Farms Conference Awards. And before I go any further with this, there's another person I'd like to mention who just rises up in my memory every time this year, and that's Tom Guthrie. Tom was really instrumental in bringing about the Michigan Family Farms Conference. And Wow, what a kind, gentle, incredibly wonderful man he was. And so I guess maybe these awards today sort of keep him also in the back of our minds. So for nearly 20 years, the Michigan Family Farms Conference has recognized and honored innovative and instrumental agricultural producers, innovators, and educators in our midst. These awardees have catalyzed change. They've embodied tenacious dedication to earth and community-friendly agriculture, and have selflessly shared their time, treasure, and talent with all of us and the communities they serve. Through their love, dedication, and passion to creating a more just, equitable, and accessible agriculture community, we have all been energized, we have all been inspired, and we have all been challenged. They bring out the best in all of us. And for this, we are grateful, inspired, and energized. So I'm going to do the first award today, and it was really the first award that the conference started giving out, oh my gosh, at least a dozen years or so ago. It is the Farmer of the Year Award, the Farmer of the Year Award. This award recognizes the people who have put their heart, time, and energy into farming endeavors and the health of their communities. They are leaders among small-scale sustainable farmers and land stewards who inspire creativity, adaptability, and encourage holistic practices. So here we go, Michigan Family Farms Conference 2022 Farmer of the Year Award. This year's Farmer of the Year Award goes to Alex Ball of Old City Acres in Belleville, Michigan. Old City Acres Farm, Belleville, is a thriving hub of community agriculture, serving the community 12 months of the year with community-supported agriculture vegetables and added value produce from other neighboring producers. Alex brings people together and lifts up those around him. Alex is always growing, always thinking of new ways to grow and share his ideas. He also helped the Washtenaw County Black Farmers Fund to get off the ground. So once again, Alex, congratulations of being the 2022 Farmer of the Year. And when we get a little further into the presentations, we'll have Jen or I talk a little bit about what the awards are going to be like this year. So that concludes the Farmer of the Year presentation. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Eunice Foster. And Dr. Foster is going to be presenting the Dr. Leroy Ray Jr. Award. It's all yours, Eunice.
Thank you very much, and hello to everyone. The Dr. Leroy Ray Jr. Award recognizes a food system leader who is dedicated to bringing about positive change in their community through networking, education, advocacy, and groundwork. They are passionate about uniting people around community care through food systems education, cultivation, or distribution as a means for increased resilience and well-being. The 2022 Dr. Leroy Ray Jr. Award goes to Julie Cotton. Julie helped establish the Michigan State University Sustainable Agriculture and Food Systems Program. She has developed and taught 3 courses for the program and has advised over 100 students. Her network of community partners, including MIFS, is engaged directly in student projects and field tours. She chaired the National Sustainable Agriculture Education Association in 2016 and worked in their leadership for over 7 years. Her courses incorporate knowledge about underrepresented groups and explore how historical and current policy has created and reinforced current systems. The Sustainable Agriculture Food Systems Program is grounded in the principles of sustainable agriculture. I personally knew and greatly admired Dr. Leroy Ray the work he did with youth, sustainable agriculture, Black farmers, and farmers of color, and his passion for education. Julie Cotton has an incredible passion for educating students in the areas of sustainable food systems and community engagement. I think Dr. Ray would be pleased to have Julie Cotton presented with an award that was developed in his honor. He valued the practice of educating others, and Julie does too. So once again, the 2022 Dr. Leroy Ray Jr. Award goes to Julie Cotton. Congratulations, Julie. Now that concludes this award, and I will turn it over for the Morris Brown Courageous Catalyst Award.
Thanks, Dr. Foster. The Morris Brown Courageous Catalyst Award recognizes people who demonstrate determined courage in the face of difficulties. They're not deterred by obstacles and navigate them in a relentless, plucky, audacious, and authentic way. They're movers, they're shakers, and they are change makers. This year's Morris Brown Courageous Catalyst Award, my slides work, they've been glitching all morning, is Katie Brissett and Jerry Jondrew of Dynamite Hill Farms. They're up in Lance, Michigan in the Upper Peninsula. They are primarily a sugar bush operation. They also tend some wild rice beds and do amazing outreach and work with youth and getting people out on the land and reconnecting with culture and community. We're so honored to be able to lift up and recognize the folks who have been given awards this year and every year that we host the conference. We struggled with the awards ceremony this year and not knowing how to properly recognize folks, especially given the short turnaround time of some of these announcements. So each awardee is going to be getting a care package in the mail with lots of really nice goodies. And we are also going to be sending them out tree cookies that are laser burned with the award information on them. We will also be following up to share more information about the amazing work that these folks are doing to push out some announcements of the awards with press releases and social media and posting information to the MIPS website. After the conference, which is wrapping up right now, after a musical performance from Amber Hassan, we will be posting all of the materials that were referenced by our amazing panelists and speakers throughout the week, as well as their presentations and recordings, both on the MIPS website and on YouTube. So we hope that you keep checking back. We just really want to thank everyone for joining us. With that, I'm going to turn it over to a musical performance by Amber Hassan, and that will conclude this year's annual Michigan Family Farms Conference. Thank you so much for joining us.
Peace and blessings, Michigan family. I'm so excited to be here. Just to share space and energy with y'all, even though it's virtually, for the MIFS 2022 Family Farms Conference. I'm Amber Hassan, if you don't know. I'm from Flint, Michigan. I am a mom, a hip hop artist, a wife, an author, a water protector, all around amazing person, salt of the earth. I have some exciting things to share with y'all, at least I think they're exciting, so I hope you think they're exciting too. Let's get started. I don't want to do too much talking and hold you up. I want you to be able to really get to know me through my music and my spoken word and, just kicking it with me. So sit back, relax, get you some snacks, and enjoy yourself. He's witty and intellectual. Our conversations be incredible. His knowledge is like rain, I'm wet. He don't know it yet, I'm a sapiosexual. He's witty and intellectual. Our conversations be incredible. His knowledge is like rain, I'm wet. He don't know it yet, I'm a sapiosexual. I like watching the way his mind works. I like witnessing his sublime quirks. He's cunning and calculating, it's technically titillating, just watching him while he's thinking. I get caught smiling and staring. The pheromones in the air always apparent. I hope no one else can feel that it's electric is deeper than kinesthetics, keeping it cool and collected. But the heat is a given. Good dude, well-read, goal-driven. Sometimes he talk, and I just listen, soaking up all his wisdom, stretching with no opinion. He never speaks with a split tongue, so I trust him to get his shit done. He be breaking me off mentally, and if the brain's right, no matter if he got a big gun. He's witty and intellectual. Our conversations be incredible. His knowledge is like rain, I'm wet. He don't know it yet, I'm a sapiosexual. He's witty and intellectual. Our conversations be incredible. His knowledge is like rain, I'm wet. He don't know it yet, I'm a sapiosexual. His introspection is sexy. Sometimes I argue just cause, sometimes he let me. Sometimes he call on my shit and gently check me and make me laugh just to let him know that he ain't petty. What's understood don't need no dialogue. Mind and silence, vibing Nirvana's catalog. It ain't even about his body, if he root his thoughts in my mind. He know he got me. No pressure, nothing expected. A little bit of his presence, I copacetic. I will use my own confined space, suck on his ideas. I love the way that his mind takes. If you're trying to make me come, put some real coffee in my cerebrum. Only tribulation I need, good conversation and weed. Cause we're coming home, give me some freedom. He's witty and intellectual. Our conversations be incredible. His knowledge is like rain, I'm wet. He don't know it yet, I'm a sapiosexual. He's witty and intellectual. Our conversations be incredible. His knowledge is like rain, I'm wet. He don't know it yet, I'm a sapiosexual. He's witty and intellectual. Our conversations be incredible. His knowledge is like rain, I'm wet. He don't know it yet, I'm a sapiosexual. Sister, you've been on my mind. Sister, we're two of a kind. I'm something. I hope you think that you're something too. We ate fish grits and sweet potato biscuits while Granny drank Folgers and smoked Marlboro like 100s. We hunted grasshoppers and green snakes, ate blackberries straight from the tree. We was knee-high to a bullfrog. Good old country girls. Late night ditch jumping. Tag, you're it, little Sally Walker. Down, down, baby. Red light, green light, lightning bug catching, earthy smelling. Sweat made us salty, but God made us sweet. We was clapping our hands and stomping our feet. We ate kush, kush, and kaye. We're closer than kisses, we're sisters. We be 7 times whatever, divided by nothing. Net's daughters, Norma Jean's nieces, from the stock of D, Val, and Peaches. See, me and you, us never part, Maki, da-da. Keep my sister close to her, Maki, da-da. Ain't no ocean, ain't no sea, Maki, da-da. Keep my sister away from me, Maki, da-da. Not man, mountain, miles, marriage, or money. Nothing but death can keep you from me. And even in the great beyond, our bond will be as close as our shared jokes and our shared sorrows. We've laughed until it hurted, cried until the wounds healed, willed wonders from our wombs, shared a 9x11 room, broke curfew, and been so broke that we had to take bottles back to the store for gas money. But we were made to make it. It's in our chemical makeup. We don't make excuses, we make it work with what we have, which is each other forever.
Yeah, I'm black magic, can't break me like bad habits. Laying naked in the sun, observing my black Sabbath. Only wearing black amethyst. Meditate at my labyrinth and write some dope shit and light a J with my candlestick.
I apologize, my work area is a little messy. I'm sitting here drinking some community healing tea, which is amazing. Y'all should check that out. But I'm also up here making balanced bling, you know, trying to keep people blinged out, but also balanced at the same time. So I got all my arts and craftsy, you know, stuff laying around. But I do want to tell you all about one herb that you can find normally at any Walmart or whatever in the tea section, but it's a very, very healing herb. It is one of my favorites, which is raspberry leaf, red raspberry leaf. Raspberry leaf has been used for centuries. It is used for digestive issues. It can be also used to balance hormones for men and women. A lot of people know that it's used for women to help regulate their menstrual cycles, to help assist with labor, but it's also really good for men for helping to balance their hormones and help with fertility. So if you have fertility issues, you can get you some red raspberry leaf. You and your partner can start taking that and see if that helps any. Red raspberry leaf is also amazing for helping to clear the bronchial pathways. So if you have any flu symptoms, COVID symptoms, just a lot of congestion, you can actually smoke in some paper. I wouldn't, you know, suggest tobacco, but you can actually smoke red raspberry leaf. And a lot of people use it as a natural way to stop smoking cigarettes. So it does also help with that, and it helps to clear your bronchial passageways at the same time. So if you have any questions, you can always hit me up, the Amber Hassan. So if you, like I said, if you're having any kind of fertility issues, if you are trying to clear your bronchial pathways, if you have some stomach issues, get you some raspberry leaf tea, smoke you some raspberry leaf, and you'll be feeling fine, hopefully. Now, again, everybody has individual health issues, so contact your physician, your person that you go see, whether they're a natural physician or a traditional medical doctor. Go see them so that they can tell you if this works good for your regimen, for whatever medications you're taking, and for your health issues. Also, women who are pregnant, be careful with red raspberry leaf because it can stimulate the uterus. So always, always, always talk to your medical professional and find out what works best for you and do your research.
I found God in myself and I love her dearly. With her around, I don't need anyone else near me, so at times I speak so that only she can hear me. On occasion, I get teary when I think about the she who almost wasn't, and the hundreds of little girls just like her, so each day I rewrite her with one detail remaining constant: she's always a fighter. I may not always like her, but I'll always love her. I'm not afraid to show her public displays of affection. She is my resurrection, the reflection of my hardest learned lessons. See, I offer her protection while she gives me clarity. I feel like she's getting the short end of the stick, but that doesn't seem to matter. She says that as long as I repay her with laughter, that I fulfill my obligation. She said she's been here for the beginning, but I just had to give her some space, and she'll be here for the duration. I just have to be patient and trust her. She's made up of portions of my daughters and my mother, and Aunt Norma and Aunt Val and Grandma Annie and Grandma Fan and all those other women who let me hold their hands and gave me pieces of themselves so that I could expand. I could never fully repay them, so in their names I plan to tell every little brown girl I meet that she is beautiful. Give them firsthand accounts of what this world can do to you and teach them how to fight through it. I'll tell them that happiness is replenishable, but it's up to them to renew it. No one can give it or take it. So sometimes the best battle plan is to be still and patient. Rebel with silence. My mama taught me that I could kill them with kindness. My daughters taught me about love and its definite blindness, and that I am definitely a demonstration of how the divine dwells within each person. So I've stopped searching. I've channeled all that energy into fulfilling my purpose, and no, I'm not perfect, but I'm still working. And maybe one day I'll scratch the surface. Hey! It's your girl Amber Hassan, regular brown girl. They call me sister to the sunshine, 'cause I be up before sunrise. Trying to take over the world, and my only superpower is regular brown girl. I got a pocket full of stones, horse and a little uncle, living in this poison city, just call us Lord Chernobyl. I always know where home is, but I'm always thinking gold. Teach my kids to value peace, but don't let these orphans be conscious of what you eat, and don't let these characters own you. Know what your limits is, open your own businesses. Feed your people, be clear about what your vision is. Trust your alchemy, I'm singing in the balcony. I'm center stage, marquee face all over the gallery. I don't work here, I'm the reason for this gathering. I'm so glamorous, I take glitter and spit fire, wearing African attire. Head banging to Metallica's hard wire. Spirit of a fighter, tongue like some barbed wire. I'm somewhere in the balance, cynical and inspired, knowing it's a man's world ruled by the power of vagina. They call me sister to the sunshine, 'cause I be up before sunrise. Trying to take over the world, and my only superpower is regular brown girl. They call me sister to the sunshine, 'cause I be up before sunrise. Trying to take over the world, and my only superpower is regular brown girl. I'm draped in melanin, brown skin, Bella, been pretty before I knew it. My dreams are becoming lucid, existing like I'm supposed to. My movements becoming fluid. I'm comfortable with my hair, I don't care if it's getting humid. It's getting hot in here. The only thing to fear is being afraid. Go ahead and remove the pain, and then let go of your pain. Show your scars and your fangs. Don't worry what others think. That shit can drive you insane. As long as I got plasma pumping throughout my veins, trying to maintain. I'm trying to be monumental. I need something to show for all this shit that I've been through. When you know your own worth, nobody can never give you. See, they can never afford me. I'm priceless. Need my piece of the pie. Don't play around with my slices. Built like Optimus Prime, transforming the time of crisis. Regular brown girl, no cake, nothing so righteous. They call me sisters to the sunshine, 'cause I be up before sunrise. Trying to take over the world, and my only superpower is regular brown girl. They call me sisters to the sunshine, 'cause I be up before sunrise. Trying to take over the world, and my only superpower is regular brown girl. Loudmouth ghetto girl, I rep it to the death of me. Give it all to my sisters, don't care if there's nothing left for me. All it takes is a look, we move like we got telepathy. You hear them yelling, hey, just know I'm in the vicinity. I go high and me, I go low. We never complain and rain, we know how the flowers grow. We already got the memo that the world don't love us, but there's still so many people out there just wanna touch us. We mother nations, creation and innovation. Our time's eternal, that's why we seem so damn patient. They take our beauty, sell it back to us tainted. When you understand your power, no need for an explanation. I'm at the beach this week, so I thought it would be fitting to bring you something aquatic. And I know you like, what? An aquatic herb? But yes, I have right here in my hands some what's called bladderwrack. Bladderwrack is also known as rockweed or black tang. It can be found in the Atlantic Ocean, like the North Sea, Baltic Sea, and I think in the Pacific as well. Bladderwrack has been used for thousands of years. It was used in ancient Rome to treat inflammation and to treat tuberculosis. The Greeks used it to treat inflammation and gout.
It has been used for centuries for helping the skin to look more young and supple. And it gives you just a lot of minerals because it comes from the sea, so it has all of those minerals that it has absorbed while being in the ocean. And so bladderwrack is really good. You can add like a teaspoon to some water, and there you have bladderwrack tea. And it's that easy to consume. If you have issues with acne, you should be careful when ingesting bladderwrack because it does have higher concentrations of iodine than we would normally have in our diet. And for some people that can cause issues with acne and outbreaks. But when used topically, bladderwrack helps with the skin to fight inflammation, and it helps fight inflammation throughout your body. People use it for obesity. People use it to help with hyper and hypothyroidism. It helps balance the whole thyroid system. So bladderwrack is one of those things that adding it to your diet can make substantial changes. Just be careful, like I said, if you have any skin issues, and as always, talk to your physician, talk to your natural care provider, or whoever you see on a regular basis. They know your history, they know your body, they know your health. Make informed decisions. Always, always, always do the research for yourself. Thank you again for tuning in.
And we are waiting to hear that, just so you know.
What's that?
Told her we're waiting to hear that, just so she knows.
Okay.
I know how when the creative juices are flowing, you know.
Okay, go ahead, and you gotta sing like the first part, and then when you break out.
Oh, nice. Awesome. Should we record it?
It's already been recorded.
Oh, nice. All right.
What's happening behind the curtain? I don't know what's going on, but I'm listening.
Everything is water and earth, fire and breath. Gotta dig up in the depths. Every corner needs to be swept, every mantle dusted. I've often trusted anything but my intuition. Our instinct is to love without wondering what's happening behind the curtain. We want to be certain but don't have enough faith to just let go. It is said that a little goes a long way, and it's okay to take the long way home. Enjoy the scenery, because it will never be the same as it is now. One day we will be the beaten path, and the dirt will be the only proof of our existence. So existing now is all that we can really do.
What's happening behind the curtain? I don't know what's going on, but I'm listening.
Thank you.
Your hair is so beautiful.
So,
Amber Hassan.
I grew all of this.
It's Amber Hassan.
I grew all of this straight from my head.
We might just get hit with the Rico. That's how they get on my people. They take somebody like you and they make them seem like you Nino. Speaking the truth could be lethal. Too much profit in being deceitful.
said he was selling the cure, so they gave his ass the placebo. Look what they did to Baraka. They still got a price on the SADA, and I still got bros whose only goals is copping the Nazis and Impala. I'm trying to spend with my folks, trying to make sure none of us go broke. Like I'm at the line and it's overtime during game 5, I can't choke. Inhaling gorilla glue smoke, killer balls like murder she wrote. Call me Jessica Fletcher, Lorena La Heifer, as long as you don't call me broke. Understand that I am no joke. Put money on all of my quotes. If it's sink or swim, I'ma get it in, and if all else fails, I can float. I'm all Keisha, ain't shit Becky. You better tell them get ready. I'm coming through on gorilla glue, smelling like a skunk. Call me Miss Peppy. I'm all Keisha, ain't shit Becky. You better tell them get ready. I'm coming through on gorilla glue, smelling like a skunk. Call me Miss Peppy. I'm all Keisha.
Y'all still out there? Y'all still out there? Y'all still watching? Hope y'all paid, if not. And these are all jokes, people. I hope y'all realize that. Thank y'all, thank y'all, thank y'all for being here. I'm gonna give y'all a little more poetry. I'm gonna catch my breath real quick. Being from Flint gives you just a whole different type of reality. And this piece was written years ago, but it was written from the perspective of me being a mother in Flint and just dealing with the everyday realities of living in a city that has been ravaged by not only the industrial industry, it has also had a water crisis, and we are known for being one of the most violent cities, but also we produce greatness. Out of all of that turmoil, all of that trial and tribulation comes some of the most amazing athletes, minds, entertainers. We all come from this little teeny city in Michigan. So y'all, big shout out and love for Flint. I've questioned my faith and I've tested my maker. And I've tested my faith and I've questioned my maker. Still, I can't make sense out of what makes sense because my senses get defenseless when it comes to dollars and cents. I used to find it odd to thank God and you can't even pay your rent. And you gave up chocolate for Lent when all this in your pockets is lint. And when something good happens, you quick to say it's 7 cents, but when the shit hits the fans, you don't turn to God, you blame man. And you wouldn't hesitate to bloody your hands to show loyalty to some land. Sounds like idol worship to me, but that's what they say we must do if we choose to remain free. My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died and their brides were broken like stallions, yet I remain a Cimarron as I simmer on the brink of boiling over and staining my star-spangled banner. Excuse my manners, but I'm just regurgitating the rhetoric that I've rehearsed since birth. They taught us to pledge allegiance to a flag when only God can save me. TV is raising our babies, and God forbid you from Haiti, because they act like them and got rabies. And I'm not just talking stuff, yo, I live this here daily. And being conscious can't save me, because dudes in my hood think I'm crazy. So I just lay in my bed and listen to gun spray and pray that one day one stray won't make my babies a statistic. And I'm not being paranoid up in Flint, this realistic. And being mystic don't mean shit to the gods of ballistics. You know them trigger happy niggas that be grimming at me. And yo, they say I act stuck up because I won't give them nappy. But they want to chill up in a dugout like they play for the team. And when I build them a field of dreams, and they want to be traded. And I hate to sound jaded, but I'm just happy I made it. Through all them nights I drank too much knowing my kidneys can't take it. And all them nights I chilled with dudes in spots I knew could be raided, but I felt like I was ride or die, so I never debated. Except with God when I questioned my fate or tested its patience. The herb that I want to talk to everybody about today is chaga, and it's actually a mushroom. The chaga mushroom is grown in extremely cold temperatures, and use of chaga mushroom for health benefits dates back to 4000 BC, like that's a long time. So this herb is tried and tested. Chaga mushroom has abundance of vitamins and minerals. It is a superfood. It's a great cancer fighter. It's known to slow the aging process. It's great for the skin. So if you make a tea, you can also use it as a toner for your skin. Chaga mushroom is good for lowering blood sugar, lowering blood pressure. It is good as an anti-inflammatory. It's good for a good cleanse and detox. If you need to go to the bathroom, drink you a cup of chaga tea in the morning, trust me, you'll be going. chaga mushroom is just one of those things that like, there's not really too much bad that you can find with it. Because it does lower blood sugar though, those of you who are on insulin or who are diabetic should be careful when using chaga mushroom. Talk to your medical professional as always with using any herbs or any supplements. Talk to your doctor, talk to your naturopath or whoever that you see for your health needs. Talk to those people, tell them what you're using, find out if it interacts with any medications you're taking. I brew chaga in a tea form. All I have to do, steep some water, put my little bag in there, and I have gotten an abundance of vitamins, minerals, and just healthy compounds flowing throughout my body. It gives me energy throughout the day. It's one of the things that like I can tell when I'm not using it. As someone who has dealt with lupus and cancer, chaga mushroom is super important to my health regimen. So if you get a chance, if you just at the store and you see a box of chaga tea, grab it, try it. Trust me, you will not be disappointed. Again, it's your girl, Anna Hassan, Loudmouth Ghetto Girl.
Carry yourself like a king. There ain't no shame in being poor. Ain't nobody else got the vibe that you bring. So play your own game and keep your soul pure. The strength of your heart will carry you through your whole life. Carry yourself like a queen. There ain't no time to suffer fools. This world may be rough, but your spirit's pristine. Let your mind unwind in crystalline pools. The strength of your heart will carry you through your whole life.
When I was a girl, my father told me that our fist is the same size as our heart. And I don't know how true that is, but I know that sometimes loving feels like fighting. And in this life, we often have to fight for those things that we love. Can't let go of what we feel, can't let go of what goes on. So we keep on fighting. We keep on writing. We keep making melodies that will end up being medicine. We walk to the beats of different drums, but it all ends up being beautiful harmonies in the end. We get to sit up here and make music with us and our friends. How much more love can you get than that? Hey, sometimes I feel like Rihanna. And then sometimes I'm Michelle Obama, just trying to balance my karma. Trying not to embarrass my mama, cause sometimes I feel like Rihanna. And then sometimes I'm Michelle Obama, just trying to balance my karma. Trying not to put cash on my phone. That's stressful, but crying ain't helpful. I know that he's already feeling alone. I got his back if he right or he wrong. I done my dirt so I can't cast a stone. It's been trying to put a few coins together to help him out when he get home. Long as my baby love me, I'm good. A little bit nerdy, a little bit hood, a little bit artsy and misunderstood. I prayed in my bed as I went by my good. Trying to balance, get paid off my talents. Just give me a nice drink, count nothing too lavish. I'm burning sage, drinking tea, eating salad, but I'll be you up if you mess with my cabbage for real. Sometimes I feel like Rihanna, and then sometimes I'm Michelle Obama, just trying to balance my karma. Trying not to embarrass my mama. Sometimes I feel like Rihanna, and then sometimes I'm Michelle Obama, just trying to balance my karma. Trying not to embarrass my mama. Still balancing my dualities, angelic savagery. A simple girl who loves the decadence and pageantry. Life actually. I plan to live grand and die casually. Black comedic tragedy. Now stand up and clap for me. Don't need the flattery, but I'm a queen, so you can greet me with the majesty. Pay me, boy, I give a.
Man, that's Aline Bilal on the track, man. Elo.
Amber Hassan, loudmouth ghetto girl. Hey.
He say I'm potent like he's smoking, got him choking. I'm just floating, open stars can be my ceiling, baby. And when I think it's getting realer, it's just my imagination. Can't get caught up in my feelings, baby. I'm just here for the snacks. He say, Daddy, love my mind. Then ask, can I make it clap? I say, can I make it clap? He say, yeah, make it clap. I told him I had to take a call and never hit him back. Don't want no dicks in my DM. So then the pickup line is queen to you like the museum. I say it's free on Saturday. He asked when can I see him? I say I'm pretty busy. He say that I work too much and my moves they make him dizzy like I'm going in a circle. I say patience is a virtue in the way I'm chasing dreams. It's like I throw it in the circle, grinding hard like the strippers looking for the biggest tippers. If Polaris leads to freedom, I'm looking for the dipper. Let me take it to a whisper. Fuck a glass slipper. Fuck a Prince Charming. My sisters be my army. My babies be my battery. Appreciate the flattery. I been knew I was pretty though. That's word to my daddy. See,
Shout out, Pops.
my daddy always fed my confidence. So if I'm not excited by your compliments, it's because I already know I'm this shit. Excite me by feeding my spirit and by being legit. I'm hungry, baby. Don't want no stress in me casa. The things that turn me on are intelligence and laughter. Everything ain't meant, some situations are disasters. Not happily ever afters. When shit gets overwhelming, that's when Amber's getting cast. But I don't want it in my circle. Words can really hurt you. People conjuring my downfall, but it will never work, boo, cause I'm somewhere having tea time. This chamomile is divine. I'm smelling like honey, sandalwood, and key lime. Feeling spectacular, posing for the camera. Outfit is blue, green, brown, teal, and lavender. I probably thrifted this shit. I'm such a fucking scavenger. Hunter-gatherer, dark matter don't matter if you like me. Just don't scuff my Nikes. I'm probably rocking somewhat of those. More than likely, I do what makes me happy. Like them beards, big and nappy. Buying beats from my son. Keep the money in the family.
Gotta keep the money in the rotation. Shout out to my son, OG times 3.
Just like my granny did. Oh, cause my granny did.
The herb that I want to talk to you about today is one of my favorites that I have here in my little herb jar. It is known as holy basil. Some places in the world, this herb is known as tulsi, which in Hindi means the incomparable one. So this is a very, very powerful herb in Ayurvedic medicine, and also is used medicinally throughout the world. So tulsi, or holy basil, is an adaptogen. So it's one of those things, it gets in your system and it kind of figures out what your body needs, and it does those things. But historically, for thousands of years, people have been using tulsi for stress relief and anxiety reduction. So this right here, you can take a tea and help relieve your stress levels. It helps to fight depression. It helps to fight anxiety disorder. But along with that, holy basil can be used as an antiviral, antiseptic. It can help boost your immune system. It's full of vitamin C. It's been known to balance hormone levels, so it's good for women going through menopause, and it's also good for men who have issues with low testosterone. It's just really, it smells good, it tastes good. It can also be smoked to help with respiratory issues. So people dealing with bronchitis, chronic asthma, it helps to loosen up the phlegm inside of the respiratory system. So even smoking this plant is good for the body. All parts of the plants can be used, from the stems to the seeds to the leaves to the flower, and it's just one of those things that is an all-around healer. So if you see some tulsi or some holy basil out, definitely grab you some. You can grow this at home, in your garden, in your house. Long as you have some, generally warm temperatures, you can grow holy basil. It grows throughout India and South Asia very easily. And this is what dried tulsi looks like. I got some from a community garden in Atlanta, and they gifted me with a whole bunch of it. So I've made some holy basil oil, or I just take it and I keep it with me when I'm traveling. So if I'm, having some stressful moments, or just need to get some sleep, or need some energy, because again, it's an adaptogen. It does what your body needs.
No words, verb type love, herb and purge type love, constantly birthing and being birthed, like earth grounding, air cooling, salve soothing, moving in stillness, blossoming realness, energetically eternal, inferno, infinite. If doesn't exist because we is, we live, more than host and rib, too big for bodies, shapeshifters, simpatico, solar, lunar, ibeji. Like a cool breeze through an open window on summer solstice. Each other's clothing when it's cold, flowing. Sowing seeds and stitches. Gotta tend the fields, mend and heal, bend and kneel when necessary. carry each other with care, share our blessings and burdens, keep our secrets behind the curtain, put the work in, move in love and love in purpose. What's understood don't need to be explained. See, gardens watered daily aren't difficult to maintain.
Hey man, we appreciate y'all, man. We love y'all for being here, man. Music and motivation from our home to yours. Taking us home, ladies and gentlemen. Hope y'all enjoy a couple of words, a couple of bars, a couple of just hot from my girl Amber Hassan. Give it up.
Ain't no honor in misery, so I ain't looking for no sympathy. I just hope when you remember me, I just hope that you remember it all. Ain't no honor in misery, so I ain't looking for no sympathy. I just hope when you remember me, I just hope that you remember it all. The good, bad, and the ugly. I'm aware of how hard it can be to love me. Daddy's girl, spoiled and independent. I retreat to my cocoon. I know that it feels distant. Need space to create. I know that you feel different. You knew I had trust issues and still you betrayed limits. Far from perfect, I'm still working on forgiveness. Every breath brings wisdom and you can't fight kismet. Everything has its time, even when it's just a minute. Respect it for what it is, understand it's not a penance. Even when it's finished, it's all love here. No ego, you'll always be me amigo. There's levels to this shit, I'm just trying to reach seafood. Young Jedi, back and forth on the red eye. Trying to prove my love, but we don't speak the same language. No matter how I say it still causes anguish. Not trying to bring you pain, I'm just trying to see your dimples. I appreciate the growth from all the shit that we've been through. No, I'm not always soft, touchy, and gentle. Cancer and lupus on my physical and mental. I'm trying to be transparent, not sure if I want marriage. I've been down that rabbit hole before and carrots. Cries and lies, I'm trying to rise. Forgive you for all your faults and be accountable for mine. Ain't no honor in misery, so I ain't looking for no sympathy. I just hope when you remember me, I just hope that you remember it all. Ain't no honor in misery, so I ain't looking for no sympathy. I just hope when you remember me, I just hope that you remember it all. Not trying to come off a martyr, I found that speaking the truth can get you farther. Sometimes my mouth is a powerful fire starter. Sarcasm and nonchalant attitude can make it harder. More of an anti-hero than the villain. Be in my own head way more than I'm in my feelings. I'm still healing, it's an everyday burden. Deciding on what to share and what to keep behind the curtain. Trying to contain the turbulence swirling under my turban. My true self rarely makes it to the surface. What's the purpose? Gotta pack light and be light. Sometimes you gotta let go just to see what free like. Ride without the seatbelt, coming after the street like. I know what defeat like. I'm just trying to sleep tight, stay in shape, laugh a little, love my kids and eat right. Filled with my peeps and see what inside my teeth pipe. I still got Negro in my coffee, it's the sweet life. Find a man that's solid to get a green light. Follow my gut, my intuition and insight. If you remember me, promise to get that shit right. I'm good people, always remain solid. If you betray my trust, I'm a victim, just being honest. We had to let it go, the energy was toxic. I only wish you the best, true retribution is cosmic. Ain't no honor in misery, so I ain't looking for no sympathy. I just hope when you remember me, I just hope that you remember it all. Ain't no honor in misery, so I ain't looking for no sympathy. I just hope when you remember me, I just hope that you remember it all. The good, bad, and the ugly. I'm aware of how hard it can be to love me.
I'm black magic, can't break me like bad habits. Laying naked in the sun, observing my black Sabbath. Only wearing black amethyst. Meditate at my labyrinth and write some dope shit. And light a J with my candlestick.
Oh yeah, but they're gonna keep dying, I swear. You can't drink the water and I can't afford the bills. If you're sick of this shit, better pop another pill, hey!
And now let's get to Flint, where the drinking water is still tainted with lead.
For now, we're live in Flint with residents wanting a simple thing: clean, drinkable water. The need has been pretty much nonstop, with residents wanting a simple thing: clean, drinkable
Choppers
water.
keep flying around here. We niggas keep dying, I swear. I can't drink the water and I can't afford the bill. If you're sick of this shit, better pop another.
So, looking at systematic oppression, people need to know about policy and regulations and how things come to pass in our own communities, cities. What are some of the things that you would implement in Flint to make sure residents know about these things?
I'm robbing people just to pay Paul and buy water that I can't drink. They'll kill you and say that you enjoyed yourself. Keep your eyes on them, don't blink. Things ain't black and white as you think. I can't trust the water out of my sink. Can't trust the words up out of their mouth, cause they'll pump the poison right to your house.
There were major failures here. It was people being much too technical, and then the tone of how things were done. These people, this was a terrible tragedy. That's why it was important to accept responsibility, and my focus is on fixing this problem, and I've been focused on that very diligently since last October.
And I'm saying choppers keep flying around here.
Now, while there was no plenty of water here, a lot of crews ran out of other supplies.
I can't drink the water and I can't afford the bill. If you sick of this shit, better pop another pill, cause choppers keep flying around here. But it'll keep dying, I swear. I can't drink the water and I can't afford the bill. If you sick of this shit, better pop another pill. They'll kill you and say that you paid for it. Had a master plan and you slaved for it. Got our babies bathing in contamination and they'll cut you off if you late for it. The city trying to blame the state for it, and the state, they ain't gonna never pay for it. Putting band-aids on our bullet wounds. They'll kill us without making the bullets boom. Even thugs stressing, got babies at the doctor's getting blood tested. I got tons of questions, Googling symptoms for legionnaires. This is much worse than our deepest fears. We get apologies for the policies that poisoned our whole city. No warrants issued, no charges filed. Snotty still at the crib, sitting pretty. And I'm saying choppers keep flying around here. But it'll keep dying, I swear.
Here, a lot of crews ran
I can't drink the water and I can't afford the bill. If you sick of this shit, better pop another pill, cause choppers keep flying around here. But it'll keep dying, I swear. I can't drink the water and I can't afford the bills. If you're sick of this shit, better pop another pill. They're killing us softly like Roberta say. More scared of a shower than the murder rate. We've been screaming in silence, all they see is the violence. These problems of the first world today. Bottled waters ain't gon' cut it. So I'm spitting this with no filter. Murder mitten is such a fitting title, cause even the governor's a killer. And I'm saying cause choppers keep flying around here. But they can keep dying, I swear. I can't drink the water and I can't afford the bills. If you're sick of this shit, better pop another pill.
Pass on water to the citizens of Flint that need it. Now, while there was plenty of water here, a lot of crews ran out of other supplies, including walled water filters, barely able to keep up with the demand. We'll have much more for you coming up at 5 o'clock. For now, we're live in Flint. Water.
If we have bottled water from now until this same date next year, we're gonna be satisfied with that. A grown man can't take no bath in a case of water.
The water now, man, it's messed up, especially down there where we stay at in the Flint houses on Garland. You know what I'm saying? The water coming out rusty in the pipe.